Alright, hello gamers, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk, and today we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Terry, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. We have got a nice surprise because after I left for the end of the morning stream this morning, excuse me, hiccup, we got an announcement from ArenaNet that they were needing to turn the beta back on, knowing that it was probably going to cause problems again for like an hour. I think from a technical standpoint, they needed more data to try to narrow down the cause of what was causing explosions. They turned it back on for an hour. Reportedly, there was a lot of people crashing, but they found something. And then...
Ether_Kitty raided my stream with 85 viewers.
Ether_Kitty, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. We are just getting started on our end. Apparently they restarted the beta earlier for an hour. It was an hour full of crashes, deaths, screams, and explosions. They figured out something. They fixed the something. And
Bench_the_Kench raided my stream with 25 viewers.
Hello, Bench_the_Kench. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Oh my god. Yo, so popular. So, apparently, they started the beta back for an hour, everything exploded, they figured out the source of the gasoline, they put a cap on it, and then they were like, okay, we fixed it, and then they turned the beta back on for 7 days. So, the beta is back, according to their socials, for 7 days, and we can access the beta characters again right now. So, assuming that nothing breaks again, everything's available to play. Now, what I don't know is Evoker available to play in its entirety, or is some Evoker stuff still disabled? Does anybody know? I'm wondering if any of you know. Zonic says, before I forgot, Laura says she's sorry she couldn't raid you. She got a bad migraine and ended stream earlier today/yesterday. Oh my gosh. What a terrible human being. How dare she? I understand though. Migraines suck. Unfortunate, but such as it may be. Evoker is fully playable. That is good to hear. Of the remaining 6 classes that I haven't tried yet, Water Otter is the #1 thing I am interested in trying. Let's see. I think I've already done my homestead stuff today. Let me double check. The water. Yes, the water. The Water Otter. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I have done this already. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay, on that note, it is listed in the stream title, there is something that we need to knock out to prepare for tomorrow. For those who don't know, tomorrow is my birthday, and I will be 87 years old. And we are going to be celebrating that by doing a stream all day, where I give away lots of stuff, because that's how it works as a streamer. On my birthday, I have to give you things. So we have got a whole bunch of stuff for giveaways, and I need to figure out how we're going to do this. So, it's planning time. Microsoft Excel. So we got noon, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight. That is the hours that we are streaming. And we need to figure out when we're giving stuff away. So, what do I have to give away? I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies of Visions of Eternity. All right, right now we're just writing stuff down. 6 VOE. 1 Elder Dragon Saga Collection. 1 Soto. 1 copy of Janthier Wilds. God, what else do I have? Lots of gem codes. I have so many gem codes, I can't give them all out tomorrow, so I have to decide, like, do I want to give out 10 tomorrow, 20? I don't know. So I gotta figure that out. I have got 2 legendary weapons to give away. And we've got a lot of infusions, but they're of different values. We got a few infusions that are 100 gold, we got a few that are hundreds of gold, and we got one that's like 8,000 gold. So we gotta figure out how we're doing that. So we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we got 7 infusions? We got 7 infusions to give away, as well as a handful of other items that are simply valuable. So we got some in-game goodies. 5 dancing emotes, but that won't be till I get home from work tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, remind me when you get there, Charmon, okay? Remind me when you get there. Let's see. Alright. Here's the deal. We gotta split these up. Because if I do a thing and I'm like, okay, enter if you want to win a copy of Visions of Eternity, I can't be like, okay, you know, draw one name, you win VOE, draw another name, you win Soto. And then they're like, wait, I don't need Soto. So I have to make these separate. So I have to do separate giveaways, like one giveaway that has VOE, one giveaway that has the Elder Dragon Saga, blah, 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 blah. So like when people enter, they know what they're possibly winning. The legendary weapons can just go into the same giveaway as other in-game goodies, so that the, let's see, legendary weapon plus, in-game items. So we could just do that for like the halfway point of the stream and also the end of the stream. Okay. And then, you could definitely split the VOE, yeah. Yeah, so we could do like 3 VOE and 3 VOE. I reserve the right to move these around. We just gotta place them somewhere. Gem codes. Do like gem codes and like gem codes, something like that. And Elder Dragon Saga Complete Collection. I mean, we could do like that. And just kind of throw these in there. We could do something like this for now. Is that the Chalk Infusion? Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of giveaways. There's gonna be a lot of giveaways. I mean, I could easily do like ba-bam, 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 just gem codes in every other slot if I wanted to. I'd say every 2 hours so you can breathe. I want to do this. Let's see. So we could do like... do those 2 at that time. Do those at that time. Do those at that time. Maybe something like that. That would be every 2 hours we're giving something out. Set up quickly and play the beta. Yeah, we'll do the beta soon. Split the VOE codes into 2 so you can cover more hours. Well, yeah, I did 3 VOE there and 3 VOE there. I've got 6 of them total. Something like Gale Shot feels solid PvE thus far. That's me camping Cyclone Bow right now. Cool. Let's see. I'm ordering the water right now. Scepter go burr. Scepter go burr. Are you doing boons? That's my main concern with water otter, is keeping boons up. Try water otter with staff, otherwise no stability. Ooh. But don't you need Warhorn to keep up the other stuff? Okay. Something like that. Let's see. Save it to desktop.
But why are we singing?
Why are we singing? Let's see. August 23rd, 2025 giveaway. Okay. Shrink that down there. All right. We got something. We got something set up. Good evening, Monkey Chat. Hi, Jinxie. What's this? This is for 1 hour of Jiggle Souls history. Oh my god. All right. Hey, Mug, what time is your noon in UTC? I'm in Eastern time. Right this second, it is 7 p.m. 7:20 p.m. here. So 7 hours in the past is noon for me. Let's see. All right. I think I've done enough here that we can figure this out. Give me Mutt coffee. Okay, stop yelling at me. Oh my god. All right, I was just trying to pop the otter as often as possible. Technically, the healing as well. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, we have to delete a beta character. And it is with great pleasure. I am deleting the Gale Shot. Goodbye. All right. Next up. Next up. Let's see. What are you gonna be? Oh, tell you what, let's play what literally 90% of the player base plays. Human female. Elementalist. That's fine. I don't care. Let's see. That's fine. Whatever. Okay. Muck downstate. There we go. All right. Perfect. Hi. Stab. Okay. Let's see. Where's my Firefox? Why do I have no Firefox? I thought it would always be next to you. You have to select it. It's already selected. Okay, let's go to the testing room. We'll get set up. When does the giveaway start tomorrow? It's gonna be the stream will start at noon and it'll be like every 2 hours. Every 2 hours giveaways for 12 hours. Change it and then change it back. Oh, there it is. Alright. I'm tempted to start the game and play the beta. I'm so tired, so I was the whole day on Gamescom. Oh, yeah? Streamversary? No, tomorrow's my birthday. Which is a great excuse to do a big stream and a big party. The IT solution? Yeah. How does it handle dismounting? If I mount, does it disappear? Yes. Dismount, it reappears. Okay. Alright. Well, where can I give Ruby feedback? The next time she writes, we will update this thread, that they should also update the one thread and not start a new one. Yeah. Hold on a sec. Let me see. Passive-aggressive feedback, for you. LOL. Okay, I just sent that. I just sent a screenshot of your message to Ruby with the message, passive-aggressive feedback for you, LOL. Done. And it does have your name on it, so if you're banned, that's on you. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Alright, so unlike Ranger or Necro, I am not as fluent in downstate stuff. So I will need to copy a build from somewhere else. So, first off, let's do the obvious thing. Let's see if Snowcrows has already whipped up anything. Control F Evoker. Power Evoker Inferno. No, who cares? Okay, it's not there. It's not there. All right, so let's try, where's a Heal Alack Tempest? Okay, here we go. Heal Alack Tempest staff is Arcane Water Tempest. Okay, what about Heal Alack Tempest with Dagger Warhorn? What is that one? It is Earth Water Tempest. Okay, Scrit. Okay, one of them is Arcane Water, the other is Earth Water. All right, so, all right, let's deal with the legendary gear first. All right, wait, did it equip? No, it did not. All right, Wow, she looks weird. Okay. You look weird. Your mom looks weird. Okay. Is he buying from us? See, one is Dagger Warhorn, and one is Staff. We can't weapon swap in combat, because we're playing someone who is inept. So, we'll just do this, and then we'll set all these up. So, let's see. One of the builds is all Harriers with a little Magi's, Rune of the Monk. The other build is all Harriers, Rune of the Monk. They're both Relic of Caracosa. Okay. What are you looking at? I'm looking at some Heal Tempest builds, and I'm using that as kind of a template to try to figure out how this should go. Harrier gear, Rune of the Monk, apply to all, apply to all. Okay. And Harry gear. Now let's see, one is using transference paralyzation, so is the other beset. Okay, that's easy enough. Harry gear and transference and Paris. Okay. And transference and Paris. Okay. Are you beta-ing Sun? I'm beta-ing so hard right now, you don't even know. Okay. Caracosa. All of these builds are using Caracosa. What is that? Heal other allies when you successfully combo a field with a blast finisher. Okay. Alright. Wouldn't heal Kata translate better? Maybe? Heal quick Kata. Let me open that up in another tab. Let's see what that runs. It also uses Harriers. It also uses Rune of the Monk. It also uses Relic of Caracosa. It also uses Transference and Paralyzation Sigils on his staff. So nothing different so far. All right, we gotta deal with this fashion. We have got to do something about this. All right, first of all, Wheeze. It makes her look bald, which looks weird on here. Oh my god, the Commodore's head. Whose hair is that? That's not my hair. Alright, fine. She gets the fancy wizard hat. Comes with hair. Alright, and my standard shoulders. And okay. I don't have a go-to light armor. Yeah, water wings, perfect. I don't have a go-to light armor. Okay, wait, does she have any shirts that actually meet her pants? The conundrum of human females. They cannot protect their bellies. Wait, okay, seriously? Oh my gosh, that's like the farthest it goes. You gotta change the pants? I gotta change the pants? Okay, hang on a second. What is this? Fraud Stalker. Bop, bop, bop. Hello. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go for the hobo look. Okay. What else we got here? There we go. Full Rot Stalker. Where's the rot? Actually, I don't have Rot Stalker boots, I don't think. Toxic boots. Giant Mega Man boots. Hell yeah. Those shin guards are weird. Oh my god, she lost a leg. She gets a peg leg. She gets a peg leg. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got here?
Fandral raided my stream with 676 viewers.
Oh no, Fandral's gonna see me doing fashion wars. Hi, Fandral. We made a human female, like 90% of the player base, for one of our beta characters. It's an elementalist, and her name is Muck Downstate. And right now, I'm trying to pick a backpack for her. Or I'm just gonna hide the whole backpack. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. We're figuring this out. I hope that you enjoyed your stream and we're doing many beta things. Or are you more of an alpha? I don't know. Froggy backpack. Could just do that. I mean, what backpack says I'm downstate? Please help. I don't know. Oh, I don't care. Just turn the backpack off. I don't care. Okay, weapons. Let's see. I actually don't like the big flashy weapon. There, chain staff is fine. We'll be an edgelord. Dagger. Ah, no. Okay. What's a not too in-your-face dagger? The claw. There we go. Muck, is her HP higher than Weaver? She has 11k. Oh, man. It's cutting it close. Unfortunately, I didn't think to put a Jade Core into my shared... was it my bank? So, the character's not going to have a Jade Core. Which is a pretty big loss of life for an Elementalist. Infernal Roar. There we go. Okay. Wait, she's a redhead now? It was showing her with white hair earlier. I didn't do it. I didn't dye anything. Wait, is the hair color part of the hat? Hold on. Where's the stupid color? Oh my god, your hair dye. The hair is a dye on this hat? That's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know. What hair color should she be? Ugh. Oh, that's just a Twitter user. There we go. Adeptus Sororitas. Perfect. Where is the... What is the one I normally do? Is it Char? Seer? No. Dang it. What is the color on... It's like bloody something, I think. Dark Coral? Sure. That's fine. Okay. Well, she's an absolute mess. I mean, she's missing a leg, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay. We have got something here. Alright, let's look at the build. Let's figure out the build. The most important part here. Alright, so this is meant to be a heal evoker. I don't know what that would look like. I don't know if that can even exist. If I'm looking at heal catalyst, their build is arcane, water, and then catalyst. So if I copy that, it would be like bing, 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 bong, and then something down here. So let's just look at what we have so far and see if we can fill in the missing stuff. And this is gonna be Water. Hello, Water. Okay. Monkey trying Paragon support. Someday, yes. Arcane. Gain boons when you switch attunements. Swapping attunements restores health. Cast Geyser when you begin reviving another Weaver. Cast a skill when you dodge based on your attunement. Water is a cleansing wave, which heals yourself and nearby allies, curing a condition. Okay. Water. You and nearby allies recover health when you're attuned to water. Stop, drop, and roll. Dodging removes burning and shield for nearby allies. Healing at nearby allies when attuning to water. Removing conditions from nearby allies when attuning to water. Increase healing to other allies. Water weapon skills gain reduced recharge. Gain vitality. Soothing Mist is twice as effective. Evoker. Let's see. Okay, what are our options for the first column? Let's see. Currently, it's set on burn nearby foes and grant regen to nearby allies when you use a healing skill. Okay. 7 3/4 second regen. Okay, hold on. What's our boon duration right now? It's 91%. And we've got... Okay, we do not have concentration on weapons. We currently have paralyzation. Alright, for testing, let's change this to concentration. And do that. And change this one to concentration. That puts us at 100%. Okay, 100% boon duration. So, when I use my heal skill, 2700 regen on allies. So... And there's the regen. Takes a second. And then burning. Okay, other options. Hare's agility. Dash to a location while evading attacks. Your next few strikes create an arc of chain lightning. If air is your specialized element, this will break stun. After using your familiar skills, your next strike creates an arc of chain lightning. Okay. Alright. Do we decide how many otters we can have at once? I'm not sure. Jen says, one of the biggest Evoker issues is that so many traits are related to attunement swapping, and one of the traits just outright removes that feature with no way to proc them. Are you talking about specialized elements? I'm not planning on playing specialized elements, so it's fine. Gain protection, we disable an enemy. Protection duration is increased if you have the toad. Okay, so if you're not toad, when you CC an enemy, you would gain, but it's not the prot for the party, it's only for you. Okay, so if you're support, you're probably going to use Blazing Restoration. Okay, next thing. Improve a boon based on your familiar. Water is 20% increased healing. Alright. Mug, for the beta characters, can you just pick what gear you want? You start out with a set of gear, but you also start out with these boxes, and they have stat selectable exotic gear in them. So you can use that. Now I have legendary gear, so I'm just using Legi gear, but yeah. Alright, where was I? 3 options for the second column. Fiery I almost said muck. Fiery muck. Fiery might. Burning you inflict deals increased damage. Gain might when you inflict burning. Might duration is increased if you have the fox. Okay, doesn't help the team. Elemental balance. Gain increased outgoing strike damage and reduced incoming strike damage. While above the health threshold, which is 50%, outgoing strike damage is increased. When below health threshold, incoming strike damage is reduced. Doesn't help the team. Soothing evasion. Grant regen to nearby allies when you dodge. Heal allies when you grant them regen. Healing is increased if you have the otter. Okay, so when you dodge, you heal allies. When you dodge, you regen allies. When you regen them via dodge or other sources, they get a heal. So soothing evasion. Familiar's prowess. Gain a bonus after using a familiar skill. The water one is 30% increased healing to others. Familiar's focus. Familiar's prowess is improved. Heal yourself when you use a familiar skill. Oh, this was 15% healing to others, but with that it's 30. Okay. Muck specialized elements with Condi Fire is really strong. I just did 40k. Highly recommend. Cool. Amalgam, I did 60k, and I was just rolling my hand on the keyboard. Nerf them both. Okay. Remove conditions from nearby allies and grant them boons when you use a familiar skill. And the otter is alacrity, which means you don't have a choice. So we can stop reading. So when you use a familiar skill, you grant allies alacrity for 8 seconds, and you remove 2 conditions from 5 people within 300 radius. Okay. Pretty neat. All right. So, in this entire build, assuming we want to use it, the only boon we're giving people is someone we swap attunements. Like, if we visit air, we can give swiftness. If we visit earth periodically, we can give prot. We have 3 ways to give regen. And if we visit fire, I think we'll give might for just like a minute. Wait. What's the ICD? Hold on a sec. Gain a boon to nearby allies when changing attunements. Recharge time 5 seconds. Okay. So I could leave water and go back to water in 1 second, but the ICD on elemental attunement isn't back up yet. Alright. So that can help us get some boons. How much do you get for fire? 2. You get 2 fire, or 2 might. You get 2 might for fire. Actually, one of the might is self-only, and one is to the party. Yeah, so there's 1 group might when you swap to fire. Okay. Now, let's say I copied the Heal Tempest build for the other traits, and I went Earth instead here. They commonly do this. What does that provide? Auras you grant to allies grant prot. Oh, this might be for Auramancy. Gain barrier and cripple nearby foes when swapping to Earth. Gain stab to nearby allies when attuning to Earth. Okay, that's good. Grant stability to allies when attuning to Earth. That would be stab on demand. But if you were only going to Earth when they needed stability, then that would be you couldn't use the Earth to give them prot. And remove condis from yourself when you successfully combo field with a leap finisher. Remove condies from nearby allies. Usually successfully come field the blast finisher. You know, if you were Road Toad, if you were using the Toad, and you were using this trait, you could have perma stability on the team. If you just swapped away from Earth and back to Earth every 5 seconds, you could stability the team permanently. Guys, look at me! I'm so curvy! Okay. So, Earth Stab 3 is also Stab, so it's pretty common to use Earth for Stab and leave, no? I don't know. Oh my. Hello. For Heal Evoker to work well, you're going to need Staff and to get really comfortable with using combo finishers. Can you switch from Earth to Earth when you only have Earth? I don't know. You also have Magnetic Aura on Warhorn Earth 4. Well, that's the whole thing, is... Like, with Arcane here, there's Prot, Swiftness, Regen, and a teeny tiny bit of Might. So... God, where do we get everything else? Right? So, where do we get our other 25 Might? And... Hold on, let's, Is that a human? Yeah, it's a human, and she's missing a leg. Let's see. Okay, we give Alacrity, right? Okay, so let's give myself Quickness for testing. Pretend I'm grouped with a Quickness DPS. Okay. Alright, so I just want to see how this works. So, do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, God. Okay. Alright, hold on, stop. The little wheels. So I'm just hitting some buttons right now just to kind of see what happens. So keeping the alacrity up is not too bad. Do you have powerful auras? I don't think I have any aura traits with this. Wait, hold on. I want to check something. I need to leave combat to check. Just a second, just a second, just a second. Okay, so, select an element to specialize in, greatly reducing its recharge time, and grant a familiar of that element. The familiar's basic skill charges as you use weapon skills, charging more rapidly when you use a weapon skill of its element. Using the familiar's basic skill 3 times will enable its empowered skills. Weapon skills to charge familiar 6. Matching weapon skills charge familiar 3. Recharge time 1.25 seconds. What does that recharge time mean? Does that mean I need to wait 1.25 seconds between using weapon skills for the charges to accumulate? So like, if I do that, can I like pre-stack the next one? No. Okay, so if I do this... So interesting. So when you have like the big shot, you can go ahead. Okay, so right there I did 2, 3, and I only got credit for one of them. You don't get stacks outside of combat? Not true, I just did. Actually, wait, am I still in combat with the golem? No, it's 100%. I am not in combat. I can change skills. That's your specialized attunement recharge time? Oh, like when you leave the attunement and go back? Okay. Alright, Alright. Remember Earth 4 extends boons? I don't even know if I want to use the staff or not. So, hold on, we're gonna figure this out. So right now, if I periodically visit Earth, we got might. If I periodically visit air, we got swiftness. Just visiting fire is like 1 stack of might. Sorry, I believe I said might for Earth, I meant prot. So just going into Earth when it's available is prot for the party, but it's barely maintained. Like, I have to visit Earth every time it comes up to keep prot on the party if we're using that method. But it does work. And then of course, you do have, like, you know, boon extension. Actually, hold on. Where was the boon extension? Was it Earth? Increase the duration of... Okay, yeah, it's Earth 4. It's Earth 4. Okay, I got it. Alright, so we got a lot of regen. Swiftness, if we just go air every time it lights up, we have swiftness. Going Earth every time it lights up, we have prot. So what are our current problems? Alright, let's try to figure this out. Hold on a second. Okay, so with this build, visiting... Let's see. Prot. Visiting Earth when up. Swift, visiting air when up. 25 might is not yet resolved. Fury is not yet resolved. Stab on demand is not yet resolved. Aegis on demand is not yet resolved. Vigor is not yet resolved. And regen, many sources. That's covered. Might need a combo fire fields to the might. Yeah. Yeah, regen, we've got many sources already. So, how can we get these boons? We look at our different skills down here, and we can look at the weapons, dagger, warhorn, and also staff. I don't yet know what weapon I want to use with this. So we got dagger, warhorn, we got scepter, warhorn, we got staff, and we also have all the skills over here we haven't looked at. So, I am less fluent with elementalists, so I'm going to have to do more reading than usual here. So, glyph, heal yourself and gain a boon granted on your attunement. That does not apply to the party. Cantrip, cure a condition and heal yourself with every pulse. Signet, heal yourself every time you cast a spell. Arcane Brilliance, blast the area, hitting foes with crit damage and healing yourself. Healing effectiveness is increased per target hit. If this finishes a combo, you heal additional amount. Dwayne Helt, heal yourself and charge your familiar skill. Alright, so I think Rejuvenate, the Evoker one, is going to help the most because charging the familiar skill will allow you to do another thing of alacrity to the party very easily. Now, I am guessing... Let's see, if I do this... If I do this... Alright, so I'm 2/3 charged. So this you want to use when you're out of charge if possible. Because it's wasteful if you do it otherwise. And when you have the 3 out of 3 ready, you can still charge the next thing after that. But you can't charge the thing after that. So you can have 1 big and 1 small prep to go. So if I click it, it'll do a big, and then it'll do a small. And you can fire those back to back. But you can't store more than 1 big or more than 1 small. Okay, so I think Rejuvenate is probably locked in for your healing thing. Let's look at the elites. So there's the elementals. I know for some of the heal builds, they use the water elemental just for healing output. Fiery Greatsword, not going to help us here. Tornado, probably not going to help us here. Elemental Procession, I believe, uses all the things big skills. And then we got stuff related to human. Alright, so it's probably going to be this. So, if we go over here... So I'm going to hit it once. Stop, 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 stop. Alright, I got no boons except quickness from the console. Alright. We got regen, we got prot. Did not get alacrity. Interesting. So it says when we use your familiar skill, we get alac. And this is supposed to do all the empowered skills, but that is not considered familiar skill. So even though this is firing a copy of every familiar skill, they are not triggering traits that are triggered by familiar skills. So if I, let's see, to do, and to do, and to do, and then I do this, there's alacrity. All right, and let's do that, and do that again. Okay, so what I want to see now, I'm gonna let this alac run out, which it should. I would think it would. Yeah, because, I mean, if it did all of this, then it would give 8 seconds of prod, 8 seconds of quick, 8 seconds of alac, and 2 stacks of might. Okay, so if I fire the big one, does it give alac? Yes, after a couple of seconds. It's like after 1.5 to 2 seconds. Evasive Arcana procs a utility, wait. Evasive Arcana procs a familiar charge? Cast a skill when you dodge based on your attunement. Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, what? Yeah, I did get one. Hang on. Yeah, it does give you one. Interesting. That is a surprise. And Cleansing Wave, though, has a 10-second cooldown. Okay, so the way it works right now, how does it read? The familiar's basic skill charges as you use weapon skills. Okay, so Evasive Arcana Cleansing Wave is counting as a weapon skill. I don't know if that's intended or not. Cleansing Wave is Dagger 5. I have Dagger... Wait, what? Dagger 5? Dagger 5? Oh, you're right. Yeah, okay. I mean, I shouldn't have doubted you. I don't know LA skills. Yeah, you're right. It is Dagger 5. Huh. Is it the exact same? No, it's not. It cures 1 condition instead of 2, and it does less healing. So this is like a lesser Cleansing Wave. It just has the same name, but it's certainly right now counting as if it was the weapon skill. So it kind of makes me think of Necro with lesser Chillblinds. Okay. Interesting. All right, hold on. Let me go back to my little notes. I also didn't talk about alacrity. Alacrity. Shoot. Alacrity is from using familiar skills. Okay, now this is still going to be topping off prot, regen, and a big heal and some damage in the area and some CC. So I think Elemental Procession is still going to be the best choice of the elites, unless you just need the healing output from Glyph of Elementals. So, now we come to the more difficult part. The utilities and the weapons. Okay, so hold on. Dagger skills. We got... I'm reading these because I don't know them as well. We've got regen here, and a heal, and some knockback. And this heals allies... Alright. But regen's the only boon here. Fire does have might and fury and helps spread it around. No other boons here. Air has some swiftness on it. Shock aura. Transmute lightning. Charge the air to shock foes around you after a short delay. Inflict weakness on foes and gain fury. That's self-fury only, so it doesn't matter. Earth has prot and boon extension, which is always nice. And resistance on Dust Storm. Can you put the spirit on auto so you don't have to keep pressing? No. And when I looked at the forums a while back, I did see some people request for the lesser spirit shots to fire automatically and only have to press the button for the greater spirit shots. But I don't know if they're doing that, but I did see that request. Self Fury can be copied to allies with the Warhorn. True. So, yeah. So, like that. Alright, so, our competitor, Zystique. Okay. Let's see. Some fire stuff. We got that movement skill, but no boons on fire. Earth. We have Transmute Earth, which is stability for the party. However, if we are relying on swapping to Earth to give the group protection every time it's up, you won't be able to swap to Earth when you need to give them stability. So that is a concern. Shockwave, unsteady ground. And I think that would be a concern even if we took Earth as well. Because this is when you swap to Earth, you give your whole team stab. And with both that as the source of stab and this as the source of stab, the concern becomes, can we keep up prot without swapping to Earth? Because if we swap to Earth just for stability, but you also swap to Earth to refresh prot, then I can't swap for stability anytime I need to. Earth Water gives access to Aura Share. Would Evoker be doing much with auras? Like, Tempest does a lot with auras. Let me see. What is the... And give me a sec. So this is the Earth that Heal Alack Tempest uses. Could you do quick heal with different elemental spirit? Well, it's Alack heal with Otter, and Otter also greatly increases outgoing healing. Quickness is from the hair, but the hair is all about doing power damage. Evoker has nothing aura related, but with Earth you can aura share prot. You'd have to know what your aura combos are, which makes it more technical. Okay, so hold on. Let's keep looking at this with my newbie eye. So, Earth has stability on demand with staff. Air has another swiftness button and more CC. Water has more healing buttons, more regen, more Condi cleanse. So, other than the stability on demand, the staff seems to me to be worse in terms of boons. Earth can convert signets into auras. Huh? Signets. Signets continue to grant their passive bonuses while recharging. Gain an aura when you use a signet skill. Yeah. Staff has Revive Geyser? Yes. Yeah, the Arcane has the Geyser and Staff has the Geyser. So there's 2 geysers total. Okay. So, haven't really looked at utilities yet. Horn seems pretty solid. Is there anything else in the right hand that could help in terms of support build on Ellie? So, the Horn seems very solid for boons. You've got the Might and Fury on Warhorn 4. You've got Prot and Boon Extension on Earth 4. And you've got a handful of other unique skills for sure. The main issue is the stability. Let's keep looking at the other options here. So, utility. Fox's Fury, grant boons to nearby allies. Then inflict burning on your target based on the amount of might you have. If fire is your specialized element, this breaks stun. So this is more might and fury upkeep. 10 seconds of might. That's pretty crappy might uptime. Okay, and Otter's Compassion, convert conditions on nearby allies into regen. That's with 100% concentration. So each condition it removes, it gives them 1.5 seconds of regen. Alright, that's pretty weak. If water is your specialized element, this breaks stun. I mean, Contact Cleanse is good. Hair's agility. Dash to a location while evading attacks. Your next few strikes create an arc of chain lightning. If air is your element, this breaks stun. No. Toad's Fortitude. Block incoming attacks. Then strike nearby enemies with shattering rocks. Gain protection if this skill completes successfully. If earth is your element, this breaks stun. Okay, so... It is a it is a half-second block, which would be even faster with quickness. So it's a very quick block. But then after that, it does give 8 seconds of prot with concentration it capped. So it's 4 seconds doubled. So that could help with prot if you were struggling. And what else do we got? Cleansing Fire gives you some might. Protect yourself with earth armor and gain prot and stability. So you give yourself stability while everyone else goes flying. Oh, sorry you guys, you should have protected yourself with earth. Self-prop mug, the target of 5 is the splinters. Oh shoot, really? Damn, okay. Rip. Let's see, improve toughness. Grants a 25% increase in movement speed. Blind your target and nearby foes. Reduce incoming strike damage. Damage your foes. Increase chance. Burn your target. Unleash elemental energy around yourself. Effect will differ based on your element. Make a storm on your element. Summon a lesser elemental. Revive allies. Revive is good if there's nothing else that's better. And arcane crap. Which... I know some of the, what is it? Arcane Wave is popular for CC, and it has 2 charges. All right, so just really worried about these boons. Does like Scepter or Sword help any? I doubt it, but I want to check. Let's see, Riptide has a regen. Got dagger now. Pistol. Scepter. Oh, there's Vigor. I haven't seen any other mention of Vigor so far. Release a fiery phoenix that attacks foes in a line before exploding, returning to you, curing a condition and granting you Vigor. No one else? No one else gets Vigor? Water Trident, nothing. Blinding Flash, Dust Devil. Scepter's damage, Sword is damage, Hammer is damage, Pistol's damage. There's a theme here. What about Longbow? Where's your Longbow? Focus. Warhorn. Spear? I really doubt it. I'm just looking. Is Haboob helpful? Where's Haboob? Haboob. Self-stab only. Dang it. Okay. Well, let's see. Most Elementalist might comes from Fire, Aura, and combo fields. Right. Do we have... Let's see. Wildfire... Alright, so that's a fire field. Do I have any blasts for it? Frozen Burst. Tidal Surge. Okay. So, okay, hold on. Let me try to figure this out here. So, fire... 3 or 5? Well, 3, I don't know. So that's a combo field? That thin line? Okay. Alright, hold on a sec. So if I'm hitting this, if I do 3, and then I swap... Okay, so now we're at 11 might. Alright, do I have any more blast finishers? Air... 2, convergence. Earth. 4, the boon extender. Alright, so let's try this out here. Alright. So water, do that. I think we're already out of time. How long does that field last? 4 seconds. The wildfire lasts 8 seconds. I could do like this. No, there's a 2. And then 4. Okay. Alright. Okay. So swiftness, alack, prot, regen, a lot of might. What if we add Fox's fire? Alright. So we did do okay. We got all those boons. A lack. Need to add a lack into this. Oh my god, this is so spammy. This is so spammy. Muck Earth 5, read it. Grant boons to nearby allies and summon a dust storm that inflicts conditions. Yeah, it gives 8 seconds of resistance. Welcome to Dual Dagger, Ellie, the most fun. Ellie, no man, I'm losing interest in Evoker. This is so just like face roll. It's something. What do you mean it's something? Grant boons to nearby allies. Yeah, 8 seconds of resistance, and summon a dust storm that inflicts conditions. Yeah. Why are you yelling at me? Look at this. Surprised to see the beta's back already. Evoker the first storm you tried today. Yeah. Yeah. Try the only water build. It would have, like, no boons. Alright. Let's do this. And adjust environment, pulsing damage, moderate. Okay, so we want to do that right before the 4. So we're going to go in there, and we're going to jump in like this, and 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 this guy again, and this, and doesn't matter, do that, and do that, and do that, and get another fire field, and blast it as much as we can, and extend those boons, and do that. Alright, I am keeping up Prot, Alack, Swiftness, Regen, Fury. I think I was keeping up 25 Might for most of that. But holy hell. That is a lot of mashing. And no stability or Aegis. No stab or Aegis at all. Oh, man. Like, I really didn't have any in time to enjoy the otter stuff because I'm just, like, rolling across the keyboard so rapidly. It's the Temu Tempest. The Temu Tempest. So... what do I think this needs to be more useful? They said that they were thinking about adding more to these. Because they said right now, like, whichever one of these is your main companion, that one's a stun break, right? And they said they were thinking about adding more. You know what I think it needs? Is what if Otter is your main companion, Otter's Compassion gives stability and or Aegis. I think that would help tremendously. Beyond that, what else? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I didn't have to roll through all the elements constantly to keep the boons up. Like, this doesn't feel like I'm really specialized in water. It's like I'm still just rolling through everything. Have the elite give stab? Yeah, that would be good too. Maybe give Toad stability. So, like, the Toad has stability and the Otter has Aegis or something. Hi, Muck, I modified an emote. Hi, Ezzy. Meanwhile, Luminary gives Guardian another 5-stab ability. No Otter Mage. The Elite should trigger the trait. It feels like a waste of my eyes. Yeah, I agree with that. So, let's take some notes here. Elite doesn't trigger... what is it called? Familiar's Blessing. Oh. Elite doesn't trigger Familiar's Blessing Grandmaster trait. Okay. What about just Fire Wizard? I mean, Fire Wizard already exists. I'm not really concerned about that right now. Okay, so... hold on. I wanna mess with this some more. So we got a damage area here. So let's start in fire so that we can zip in there. And do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that, and that, and that. And that, and that, and that, and that, and that. I need this and this. And fire field again. Wait. I might have just noticed a problem. Hang on. I did the Water Otter big move and the Water Otter small move, and I think the small one interrupted the big one. Hold on. Okay. Alright, right now, I'm gonna start the large one, then do the small one. Yeah, it does. If you, okay, alright, so that's a bug. So if you fire the big move, the what is it called? The empowered familiar skill? If you activate the empowered minion skill, then the normal, I said mini skill, the familiar skill, then the normal familiar skill too quickly, the normal one will interrupt the empowered one, and the empowered will not finish. Okay. Try doing the familiar skill in conjunction with the elite. What, like both at the same time? Alright, here's big one and elite. They did not interrupt each other. That was fine. There was no problems with that one. I do love having empowered soothing mist and regen on a party. That's some really, really high, you know, consistent healing around it. But the it's really hard to enjoy having greater access to water when I'm constantly having to roll through all the elements like I would always have to do anyway. You know? Like, I'm having to just, like, spastically go to earth every time I can to keep prod up. Go to air every time I can to keep swiftness up. Go to fire every time I can to keep might and fury up. And then I'm in water the rest of the time. It doesn't really feel that much different from playing the other elementalist specs. And dodge boss mechanics. Yeah, yeah, I'm having to do all that without even looking at mechanics. That's with 100% concentration too. Yeah. So now I would say healing isn't really an issue. That was a moderate damage field. Okay, this is gonna be a bit much without a Jade Core, but let's see. Turn that off. Turn it back on. Extremely threatening. I might just die instantly. We'll see if I can do this. All right. So my god. I'm dead. Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Too fragile a flower. I mean, I'm in Harrier gear. If I was in Givers or Minstrels, maybe that wouldn't be an issue. But in Harrier gear with no Jade Core, it's just, it dies so quick. I got half the health of a Necro. Living up to my namesake. Alright, adjust on moderate. Okay. Oh, man, do I even want to take this to any content? Not really. Not really. Oh, man. Like, there's just like some major holes in this build. You can use the armor repair stuff. Oh, yeah, the repair canister. That's 500 hit points. You would screw your party? I mean, yeah, the thing has got no stability or Aegis. I could go Earth here and have some stability, but then I don't know if I could keep the other boons up. Because we're using this a lot. Because if we did Earth with this, whenever we swap to Earth with this trait, it gives the group stability. But if I'm swapping to Earth to give them protection as often as possible, then Hi, Noxxi. How does Rit compare with Scourge for heal alacrity? Terrible, because it doesn't give alacrity. Rit gives quickness. Not possible with healer build, no alacrity. Yeah. Ritualist was very fun to play and very solid. It had a pretty complete kit. It wasn't perfect, but it was really good. God, I feel like so much in here is just pointless crap. I'm sure it's all got a use in some build somewhere, but right now as a support, I'm looking at this and it's just like so much of it is just nothing. If you want to try to Evoker, maybe try out Boon DPS instead. Maybe. That really wasn't what I was looking forward to, though. I just don't have any passion for that. Alright. Okay. Alright. So... let's see. Copy template, paste it here. And, of course, the dies are different. Whatever. Okay. This one. This one, we're going to go air hair to give our group quickness and try to do a power build. So, I need an example of a DPS Boon Ellie to use as a template. Power Alack Tempest uses Fire Air Tempest. Let's try using that as a baseline and see what we get. It looks like that. Okay. Excuse me. What do these give? Gain power and fire. Burning you inflict has increased duration, and your critical hits gain a chance to inflict burning. Gain fire aura and damage nearby foes when you attune fire. While at or above the might threshold, gain increased power. Power bonuses are doubled while attuned to fire. Fire weapon skills gain reduced recharge, deal increased strike damage to burning foes. Fire fields created by weapon skills last longer. Whenever your fire fields hit a foe or you inflict burning, gain increased strike damage for a duration. Okay. Air, gain ferocity based on precision. Deal increased strike damage to disabled or defiant foes. Outgoing stun duration is increased. Fresh air recharges air attunement on a critical strike. Gain a ferocity boost when turning to air. But if the rabbit's your thing, you can swap out of air and swap back every 1.5 seconds, so you could have fresh air up a lot. Okay. What down here affects boons? Like, if we want to do quickness, hair, we have to take that. After you use a familiar skill, your next strike creates an arc of chain lightning. Gain additional strikes of chain lightning if you have the hair. Probably going that. Middle one, burning you inflict does increased damage. Gain might when you inflict burning. Might duration is increased if you have Fox. Increased, let's say 10% increase outgoing damage when you are above 50% health. Alright, so it's going to be one of the top two. Okay. And what do we got here? Could do Rejuvenate or could do Signet of Restoration, probably. Okay, what are the usual things that they take? Feel the Burn. Can't use Feel the Burn. That's Tempest only. Glyph of Storms is popular. Arcane Blast for CC is popular. Elementals is popular. Okay. And the question now would be, do we need concentration? That's not Blast? Oh, thank you. Do we need concentration? I meant, oh, wait, no, sorry. We do want Blast, but that's not the CC. I guess we're just taking it for damage. Okay, my bad. Alright, dash to location while evading your next 2 strikes, create an arc of chain lightning. Maybe that. Maybe look at the pure DPS Evoker. Did they already have a pure DPS Evoker? They have an Inferno Evoker. But that's not really what I was looking for. How much damage did they get out of this? They didn't list it. How useful. Yeah, okay, well, no point. All right, so if you wanted to play a quickness providing DPS air hair, let's turn off the damage field. And we want to turn off boons on self and give myself alacrity as if I was with an alac healer. You could probably do Inferno Quickness Evoker. Maybe. I don't know what would be better. And let's see, Burrs. What do they normally run up here? Flame Legion. Okay. Burrs. And Relic of Fireworks. Which one was that one? Damage increase. Okay, yeah, the damage increase with the 20-second stuff. Oh wait, what weapons? Scepter Focus. Scepter Focus. Oh my god, Ippos. Alright, Burrs. And Smoldering and Malice. Malice. Scepter Focus, usually Scepter Dagger. I'm just going by Snowcrest. I'm just trying out what they got. Signet of Fire, Glyph of Storms, Fox's Fury. Alright. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh, we're gonna need to... Well, first, I guess let's just try quickness uptime and see what happens. So... Whoa, that lag spike. I think if you're playing better than I currently am, it's probably possible to keep up quickness with no concentration. Because I'm nearly doing it right now, and I don't feel like I'm doing this correctly. I don't think you need Diviner's Gear for this. Good day, like your vids, keep it up. Hey, Dollop, thank you! Is beta back for good? Unless they have some problems, it's back for the next 7 days. Okay, so it is looking like, I did learn from that it appears that we can keep up quickness if you are playing decently with air hair and be a quickness providing power DPS without using concentration gear, unless they change that. So you can just use Berserker gear and keep quickness up. I think you didn't switch right. Berserker. Berserker. No, we're full Berserker. We are full Berserker. We have 21% boon duration. What is that from? That's not Berserker? Power... Oh! Oh, wait, you're right. Hold on, I see it. Hold up. You are right. Oh, I'm stuck in combat. One sec. One sec. Power Precision Ferocity, Power Precision Ferocity. Okay. So I had 20% boon duration. I think I still... Yeah, you're right. I did miss a piece. It's been fixed. However, I think that what I said was still true. I think that if you were playing this decently, you could still keep the boon up with no concentration. Like, there's quite a bit of it right there. Yeah, so I'm keeping it up, and I am terrible at this. So yeah, I think 0 concentration, air, hair, power, quickness, elementalist, evoker. I still think that's possible without running diviner gear. So the next question is like how to play this thing, and I have no freaking idea. I am overwhelmed by the number of buttons here. I don't know how to play this thing, but I can, with pretty high confidence, say I don't think you have to wear concentration gear. You really hamstring yourself by staying in air. The focus is brought for the fire skills, and Inferno really only benefits from fire. Rajani, I was literally only trying to see if I could keep quickness up. I wasn't looking at damage at all. That's it. I was not looking at damage at all. It seems like you want to be in fire more based on your gear. Probably, yeah. But I was just trying to see if I could keep quickness up. That's it. Let's see. So, here, hang on. Let's try something new. Does a lag DPS work? Alacrity comes from the Otter, and the Otter boosts healing output. So, it would be kind of weird. The deadly otter. The welcome to the Har Mercy. Are your runes Condi based? Inferno, you're burning skills with power. Alright. Alright, so right now I am basically just face rolling through the air and fire skills with no planning whatsoever. And currently we're sitting at 25k. Oh, I think I just did the thing where I did the second familiar skill too fast and I interrupted the empowered one. All right,
Hey,
so...
Mukluk.
Hey, Krabby, what's up? All right. Quickness stayed up. Quickness did stay up, and you see, I've left that area, and it stayed up for a while longer. I do think that it is possible to... Here, let me make some notes here to kind of gather my thoughts. All right, so pure power DPS, it works. Power plus quickness. Can keep boons up with 0 concentration. Extremely button mashy. Heal plus alack. Extremely button mashy. Difficult to get all boons plus stab aegis. Okay. Oh, man, I really don't want to take this to any real content and subject anyone to this. So, let's just record a thoughts video. I'm kind of sad. This is the most I've looked forward to playing Elementalists, like, ever in 10 years. And I'm not enjoying this. Like, I can't, like, take a moment to even process what's happening around me because I am focused so hard on just beating the ever-living hell out of my keyboard. So, it's... Alright, hang on. Remove, respawn. Okay. The problem remains Elementalist core design. Yeah. Where's your sense of adventure? It's on my Ranger. Ranger mains when they play Ellie. Yep. Yeah, doing 10 times the work for half the damage. Not very enjoyable. Okay. It's nice you're already used to it. Yeah. Try Water Otter Scepter with damage. No. Okay. So, let's figure this out. Alright. Alright. So, future Noxxi, we are doing a I Tried Evoker. Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here, and today for I tried the Evoker during the Guild Wars 2 Elite Specialization beta test. Now the Evoker is the new specialization for the Elementalist, where they can choose to have either a Fire Fox, a Water Otter, an Air Hare, or a Road Toad as their companion, which will buff the associated element. Whatever element you buff, when you leave that element, you can go back to it with only a 1.5 second cooldown. So you can stay in that element a lot more often, or, you know, so you would think, based on how the skill works, but because of how Elementalist's core design works, not really. So, what we have is really 3 options for builds here, 3 major ones. We got the pure damage Evoker, we have got the Evoker that does damage and provides quickness, the Evoker that does healing and provides alacrity. Those are really the options. So, currently I'm on a build where I tried to make the Air Hare work, with quickness providing and doing power damage. Now, disclaimer, I am not an Ellie main. I have not done a lot of Ellie buildcraft. There's going to be people that very quickly come up with builds a whole hell of a lot better than this one. I did my best, and I'm just sharing my thoughts based on my findings, and I look forward to seeing people find better solutions to these. So first off was the DPS build that provided quickness. Now the way it works is anytime you cast a 2 through 5 ability, you will get charge here. You'll get double charge if you do an ability that has the same element as your familiar. So if I have the Air Hare and I do an air skill, I get a double charge. If I do fire, water, or earth skills, I get a single charge. Once you've got a full white ring here, you can hit the Air Hare button and it will fire a blast. After 3 blasts, you get to do the ultimate Air Hare button, and then it goes bing, 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 and it just does a whole bunch of damage straight to Yugi's hit point bar. Now, after you have done any of the button presses, either the little press or the big press, it will provide quickness to the team. Now, what I found was if I mashed keys fast enough, which I will attempt to do right here, we could do that, and we could do that, and then 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 we could do this, and here's the bing, 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 and then we could do this, and then we could do this, and then we could do this, and bing. Now, it was not difficult keeping up the quickness, even though this build that I am running right this second has 0 concentration. It says no concentration at all. So, I believe at this time, unless they change something, the power quickness version of Evoker will not need concentration gear. They can run full berserker and do their thing. Now, the quickness is attached to the air hair, which is the power version, whereas the Firefox is the burning one. Now, you could probably still use burning with the air hair, especially with the Inferno trait that makes your burning scale off of power. However, I don't think you would run Condi with this, is what I'm saying. You would run power damage, so probably Berserker gear. So it was kind of cool to see that you could do it with no concentration gear whatsoever. Now, I really didn't have a rotation, and Elementalist has a lot of mucking buttons. So I was able to get nearly 30k during my testing, where I was just mashing keys and going crazy, which means someone who's probably an experienced Elementalist who knows exactly which buttons are worth pressing and are doing a better rotation is probably going to get like, 40 to 45 or something like that if I know Snow Crows. Moving on, don't have much more thoughts than that. It's capable of providing the quickness with no concentration gear. It is extremely button mashy, but it can get the job done. The other build that we tried, which we're going to swap to right now, is an attempt at the support Water Otter Evoker. For this one, what I am going to do is I'm going to go over here to the booth. I'm going to remove boons. I'm going to say, give me quickness, just to pretend I am with a quickness DPS. And we are going to say, adjust the environment, turn on a moderately threatening aura, and that's fine. We don't really care about damage, so that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. All right, so we're going to run over here, and I am going to run on into this fight and go in here and get down a field and go to water and do some blast finishers in that fire field and go to earth and extend these boons and go back to water for a second. And we are going to do the Fox's thing here. And I have completely forgotten to actually hit the otter button, so Alacrity is suffering there. We are going to try to fix that now. And need to get in the habit of that. You have to press that button a lot. And we are doing that now. So I'm catching up on the Alacrity, which would have been very high uptime, but that was a personal failure of mine. So hitting these buttons right now, and one more of these breath things, and then we can do this again, and then we can do the big one. And anyway, that's how it goes. Now, while I am not under fire, it was not difficult for me to keep the healing output up to survive the moderately threatening zone. The moderately threatening zone is akin to most of the damage auras from most of the bosses in the game. So it was absolutely able to do that. The extremely threatening one, when I tried that, I went in there and I died almost immediately. I don't have a Jade Core on this character because it's one of the beta characters and I didn't have a Jade Core in my bank. And I've only got 15k health, so it's pretty freaking squishy. Now, what did I find? In terms of boons, let's turn off the damage aura just so I can focus here. In terms of boons, we would get Prot from swapping to Earth using this build, mainly with Elemental Attunement, Swiftness for the group by swapping to Air, Might by mainly doing combos, and Fury by using a combination of Fox's Fury and also Heat Sink. So if I go in here and I just, get into the fight and do some fields and then do this and then do some blast finishers and then do this and do some more finishers and that and go back to water for a second and do these things and then we use the big water thing and do that. And if you look at my boons right now while I'm actually focused on what I'm doing, you can see we have got a pretty healthy amount of them at this time. And this is what it looks like. So we can keep Prot up, we can keep Alacrity up, we can keep Swiftness up, we can keep Regen up, we can keep Fury up, and we can keep 25 Might up while you're going hard and you're locked in, and then the quickness came from the console. What's missing? There's no Vigor. I could not find a good source of Vigor. And do not have Stability on Demand, do not have Aegis on Demand. Now, if I wanted to bring stability on demand, I, as a newbie elementalist, I found two sources for it. One is if I replace the arcane trait line with Earth, right here, every time we swap to Earth, the whole group gets stability for 5 seconds. However, if we do that, we can no longer swap to Earth just to give the group protection. So if we just postpone going into Earth in order to give people stability using this, the protection uptime might suffer unless we get protection from something else like elemental shielding. The other solution would be Staff. If we were using Staff, you can use Earth 3 Magnetic Aura and transmute it to give the group stability with a pretty short cooldown. However, I then struggled greatly to keep all the other boons up without the Warhorn. Where the Warhorn is providing a lot of the boons in the build. So by swapping to Staff to try to solve the stability issue, then I had a boon issue. So, I don't know what to do. I honestly just feel like there are some holes in the build that I cannot fill. In my search for trying to find more ways to provide the missing boons or to provide stability or Aegis on demand, I was looking in here, and honestly, as a support, there's a lot of useless buttons in here. there's a lot. Like, this helps with Might and Fury only because the Warhorn can then, supply that Might and Fury to others with the Heatsink skill. Otter's Compassion gives 1.5 seconds of regen to the group for each condition cleansed. Not a lot. And it also, does the condition cleansing itself. This thing is just power. This thing is earth and does prot, but only to you and not your whole party. And then most of the other stuff doesn't really help in regards to boons, or group stability, or group Aegis. I think if they want the Water Otter to be a viable healer, there needs to be more boons accessible from utility stuff or from passive traits in here. I'm not seeing another way to do it. A couple of other notes of some things that we found, and we found 2 possibly bugs. One of them, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna do some buttons, and I'm gonna get this thing fully charged up and give it just a couple more moments here, and that, and that. Okay, so right here, you see, we've got the big button ready, right? I'm also going to charge up, see the white ring? We now have the little button ready. So if I hit this, and then I hit it again, it just started to cast the big attack, interrupted it, and then did the little one. So currently, it lets you fire your empowered familiar skill and your next little familiar skill at the same time. But if you do, the little one will replace the big one and the big one won't finish. Which, of course, you don't want that. The big one's better. So that is one bug that I'm going to submit with my feedback. The second one is, I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intent, but this skill here. Remove conditions from nearby allies and grant them boons whenever you use a familiar skill. That's great. You get a lot of Condi Cleanse from this, and it's what gives your group alacrity if you're using the Otter. However, it says when you use a familiar skill. This Elemental Procession uses all the empowered familiar skills at once. Notice there is no alacrity here, and the quickness is from the console. So, despite the fact that it fires all of those empowered skills at the same time, it does not give all of those boons. Which means, despite the fact that this casts all 4 empowered skills, they don't count as familiar skills for the purposes of the traits. I'm not sure if that is intended. I feel like it should trigger these boons. Currently, it does not. Another thing, and again, that might be a bug, that might be just a design choice I don't agree with. And so I'm just stating it honestly. The next thing, which I honestly thought was kind of cool, this was pointed out to me by someone else. Evasive Arcana. Evasive Arcana uses a skill when you dodge based on your attunement. For water, it's Cleansing Wave. So if I am in combat, watch the little ring right here. Okay, so I'm going to dodge. The ring charged. Cleansing Wave is actually Dagger 5, which I'm not using an offhand dagger right now. But if we go to Dagger Offhand, Cleansing Wave is right there. Now, this is actually a weaker one. So Cleansing Wave, 2800 healing, 1 condition removed. Dagger 5 is 3400 healing, 2 conditions removed. So it's not the same one, but it has the same name. So Evasive Arcana actually triggers as if you did another weapon skill and fills the familiar bar. I don't know if that's intended or a bug in the player's favor right now, but they might not have meant to do that. I am not sure. You said you couldn't out-sustain the extreme field? Yes, which might have been a skill issue, but this has such low health that when I got into the field, I was trying to set up to like get the boons going. I died in like 3 seconds. I was in Harrier's gear, which is, glass cannon, and I was like, I'm playing an Ellie, so I got like half the health of a Necro, but I died before I could stabilize. So the healing output is very, very good, but it needs a few seconds to like get rolling, especially since you have to cycle through all the elements to get those 25 might stacks rolling. So it's like the first few seconds of the fight, you are doing some healing from like Soothing Mist and stuff, but I have to cycle through, I have to go to fire, I have to do 3 or 5 to make a fire field, go to water, use 3 and 4 to blast it, go to air, which provides swiftness, use the 2 to blast the field again, use earth to give protection, then use squall to blast that fire field one more time, and then extend the duration of all the boons, then go back to water, and then I can work on healing. Oh, and I also forgot, I need to use Fox's Fury at the beginning and Heat Sink to give Fury and Might out. That's the opener, as far as I can tell. So all of that you have to do to get the boons rolling, and then you can think about healing people. Now, unfortunately, while I was trying to do that opener in the extreme field, I died before I could finish it. So if I had focused on healing, you would have had an example of me in a group, the damage is really high, I'm healing, and all the boons are gone. Or I focused on the boons, and then there wasn't enough healing. So it was just, I was so squishy I couldn't finish the opener. So that's kind of the situation right there. I feel kind of sad because I have never really been interested in playing Elementalist in the last 10 years up until the Evoker reveal. As it stands, despite the fact that you can really quickly go back to your favorite element, you have to cycle through elements so much to do your job, you can't really enjoy your favorite element any more than you ever could before. So it's like, yeah, the Evoker thing is great, but it's brought down by the base mechanics of the Elementalist class in the first place, in my opinion. And once again, I am having to work 10 times as hard for half the effectiveness of anybody else. That's how it currently feels to me. I did not try out the specialized elements thing because it was having a lot of glitches today and they were working on it. However, I did see that at the time of recording this, Snowcrows has already posted a video where they were able to get like 40 to 50k fire damage using a pure fire build. So it is possible. I don't know that it's better than any of the competitors, like Tempest or Catalyst or anything like that, but it is possible to do a pure fire build with specialized elements and do lots of burning and just stay fire like the whole time. But that's it. TLDR, you can play the Evoker as power. You can play it as, the power burning with Inferno. I don't know if you could do it as pure Condi without Inferno. You could play it as power with the hair and provide quickness to your party with no concentration gear whatsoever, but it is a very high APM build. You can play it as healing, but there are some holes in the boons that I haven't yet figured out how to fill, such as Vigor and Stability on Demand and Aegis on Demand without... First of all, I couldn't find Aegis on Demand anywhere. Stability on Demand, while trying to fulfill that, I was losing other boons and couldn't keep everything up. So I would think if they want to fix that and make Heal Evoker viable, they need to add some more boons in here, maybe on the stuff specific to the Evoker, and maybe on the trait line. And personally, if it were me, I would love a way that you could play the class without using all 4 elements. Like a way to provide prot without having to go earth every couple of seconds. A way to provide swiftness without having to visit air every couple of seconds. Stuff like that. But that is a personal thing. I don't speak for all elementalists, and I'm very open about that. But that's my findings on the Evoker so far. I did not actually take this outside the testing room because I didn't want to subject anybody to me trying to play this, because holy crap. It was taking both my brain cells rubbing against each other very hard just to try to do everything that was required to keep up might and fury and stuff on a golem. And I did not want to try to take this to an actual fight and not be able to give stability or anything like that to the party. Yeah, I genuinely hope that they do some work on this and, fill in some of the holes that I spotted. Or if someone proves me wrong, I genuinely hope someone is like, yo, Muck, you missed this really obvious trait that fixes all your problems. I'd be like, woo! I'd be hype about it. I would not be offended. So go ahead in the comments section. If you got any questions, problems, thoughts below. I just mashed all those words together. We got some Slistexia today. Meet you in the comments section. We'll fight down there. Okay. All right. Well, a little depressed. This is the biggest thing I was looking forward to, and this was a bit of a disappointment. Hopefully they fix it, and I genuinely mean that. I pick on Elementalists a lot just because it's fun picking on the very low hit point characters, but I was kind of interested in playing Evoker in the next expansion. I'm certainly not now. Maybe that'll change. All right. Muck downstate, you are going permanently downstate. Goodbye. Muck, are you playing only Guild Wars 2 today? Yeah, we got about another 3 hours, and then we'll be doing tons of Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. Have you tried the Silver Clanker? If you mean Amalgam, I put out a video on it today. He's got a video. All right. This is very important. Is Tokizo still here? Yes, he is. I see him in chat right now. Tokizo, earlier you said, where can I give Ruby, and you wrote R-U-B-Y, feedback that the next time she writes, we will update this thread, they should also update that one thread and not start a new thread. Ruby, R-U-B-I, responded, ask them who R-U-B-Y is. There's no one here by that name. So she's being just as passive-aggressive as you are. There you go. Okay. Next one. Paragon. You guys can vote on it. Hang on a second. Straw poll. Let's see. Create a poll. All right. Who's left? Let's see. Let's make a cat. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. No, go back. Go back. Big cat. Okay. Who's left? All right. What do? Luminary. Paragon. Add option. Conduit. Add option. We already played Amalgam. Antiquary, you're last. I hate you. Gale Shot, we already did. Oh, Troubadour. And we already did the last two. Okay. Create poll. Share. Copy. Alright. Okay, you guys, there's the vote. Click on that link and vote, and I will do whatever next. The Bardador? The Bardador. Alright, let's see what the community picks. Boo this man with no thief. Boo thief! The Antiquary looks so stupid. I'm saving that for last. I don't want to do it. Wow, we got almost a tie here. Imagine if you end up having the most fun with the Antiquary. I feel like it would be kind of like when you're a kid and you have fun just walking around banging pots together. I feel like it'd be like that. You gotta stay open-minded on it, Buck? No, I don't. I'm not an employee at ArenaNet. I don't have to. VOE is your thief playthrough? Oh my god. I can't wait to go downstate and teleport out of revives. This is really close. Also, where the conduit lovers at? What the heck? What is it you don't like about Antiquary? The entire lore for it makes no sense at all. Like, it doesn't... It's like someone dropped Bugs Bunny into Tyria. So, it's just, like, mechanically, it's fine. I don't care about it mechanically. That's fine. But it's just, like, its whole thing makes no damn sense. To continue my passive aggressiveness, there's no love for Conduit anywhere. Oh, okay. Gotta admit, Antiquary is the only spec for this expansion I have zero interest in. I mean, I might enjoy it, we'll see. Alright, this is neck and neck. 66 votes, 64 votes. What's the poll about? The poll is, what class should I, try next? What's the link? It's right there. Mike, I can't get in Dragonstorm. Suck in your gut. It might be too big. All right, there's an 8 vote lead now. Okay, it's all right. Gosh, these two back and forth. All right, closing it. Troubadour. Mesmer. It's gonna be a goofy looking Mesmer. All right, skip to N. Troubamuck. Bro didn't want to play Paragon? No, I wanted one of them to pull ahead of the others. And that was the first one to pull ahead. But dude, we got 3 hours of streaming remaining today, and we got 12 hours of it tomorrow. We'll get through all of them. Hello, what's the game? This is Guild Wars 2, Gavin. Hello. There's a beta going on for the next expansion, so we're trying out some of the new classes early. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? Okay. Someone said Snow Crows already has a build for this. Let me see what they have, and let me see if I want to play that. Range... Mesmer... Heal Alak Troubadour. Okay. God, that is a goofy looking cat. Alright, let's put on the legendary gear first. And Harrier's gear with Runes of the Monk. Harrier's stats, Monk runes, apply to all armor. Oh gosh, we were gonna change that appearance. Good God. All right. Harrier, apply to all, and turn those graphics off. Rune of Faber. Okay. And rifle. I always thought Mesmer looked kind of weird with the rifle, but alright. Okay. And rifle, they're using transference and paralyzation. Wait. Oh, I messed that up. Hang on. Harrier. Transference. Paralyzation. There we go. Hope I get a response. What's up? Your thoughts about Troubadour lore-wise being a Sylvari spec? I'm totally fine with there being bards in Guild Wars 2. Like, bards are in almost every fantasy universe. I thought it was kind of odd that they were like, oh yeah, this Sylvari, which all Sylvaris are less than 20 years old or something. Like, it's a very young race. This Sylvari was the first person to pull together a bunch of songs and make bard magic. I thought that was kind of odd, but not enough that I care too much about it. It really kind of felt like they were just trying to shoehorn in the Sylvari so that they weren't like left out. And so they're like, yeah, Sylvari invented bards. Okay, fine. You know, it was like that. Okay, fine. It very much felt like they were just doing something so Sylvari didn't feel excluded. But, yeah. Did you ever make a Gale Shot video? Yeah, it'll go out. It'll go public tomorrow. I tell you what, though. Hang on. If you want to see the Gale Shot video, it is already done. There's a link to it right there. It's just unlisted right now. Sigil transfer into the... Okay. Thanks. Sure. I hope you like it. All right. Now, super important. We got to change his fashion, guys. This is friggin' terrible. Ugh. What does a char look like with a wizard hat? Oh my gosh, he pokes holes in it. What a Neanderthal. Alright, fine. Whatever. Right. Troglodyte. Can we see your inventory again? This is the beta inventory. I don't even know what's in here. This is the inventory of the beta character. Let's see. Does he have anything that covers those giant gross toenails? Oh, interesting. Those boots. Oh, those are like demon toenails. What? Okay, those are armored toenails. Those are just big old bear slippers. Oh my god. Oh look, now he's standing on the side toes and giving his big toes a break. Dude, Char, y'all's footwear kind of sucks. Alright, that's not bad. That looks kind of cool. What is this? Light Mersant Brogans. Oh, okay, so these boots, you just cut all your toes off. No more toes. Horrifying. Alright. I'll go back to the Brogans at least. Alright, what else we got? Oh, I like the metal thing that goes down the tail from the legendary, is that the legendary pants or the coat? Let's see. The gauntlets look kind of stupid, though. What else do we have for gauntlets? Oh, sheath the gun. That's very elementalist. Oh wait, we're not on elementalist anymore, I forgot. Ellie is dead to me. Bard is new best friend. Where's the chain one? That's all edgy. Alright. Speaking of... Alright, and the gun. Oh, where's the crossbow? I like the crossbow. Hang on. Where... The healing crossbow. I will shoot you with it until you're not in pain anymore. God, this whole character is ugly. Whatever. He'll die soon. Okay. What's next? Let's see. We got... What are they using? They're using Chaos Inspiration Troubadour. Okay. And they're doing... Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. Bang, bang, bong. Stop hitting the chart. Use your Orax. Let me see. Hang on. Where did I leave Orax? Ah, yes. The giant back hair. There we go. Alright. Got rainbow back hair now. Okay. Alright, we gotta figure out how to play this. How was the Evoker? Disappointing. There will be a video up on it soon, or you can rewind the stream. Alright, so, Mesmer. I've played Mesmer before for other I Tried builds, but boy, it has been a while. So let me go through and see what we got here. Chaos. Grant regen to allies when you use a heal skill. Illusionary Defense. Grant Prot to allies when you use Shatter Skill 2. So, Flustering Flute? Yeah, that's a lot of boons. Okay. Gain Chaos Aura when you use your second Shatter skill. Was that the same one? Yes. Okay. Gaining Chaos Aura grants boons to nearby allies. 7.5 seconds of regen. Gain Concentration and Expertise while affected by regen. Gain Stability when you use a Shatter skill. Grant an additional boon to nearby allies based on which Shatter is used. Evoker disappointing, Writ disappointing. I liked Writ. Okay, maybe you think Writ is disappointing. I liked Writ. Let's see. Gain stability when you use a Shatter. Grant an additional boon to allies based on which Shatter. Let's see. F1 gives Might. F2 gives Vigor. F3 gives Fury. F4 gives Regen. F5 gives Stability. Okay. And also Stability. So also self-stability. So you get stabbed no matter what button you press. Okay. All right. Inspiration. Remove condies from you and nearby allies when you use a healing skill. Healing allies around you when you use a charge of a mantra. Grant Aegis to other nearby allies whenever you give yourself Distortion or use Shatter Skill 4. Create a clone when you use a healing skill. Increase healing to other allies. Summoning an illusion heals all allies around you. Heal and cleanse conditions from yourself and nearby allies when you use a Shatter skill. Oh, wait, I just thought of something. Hold on. Goes to forums. Something we forgot to do. Sec. Where's the class ones? Professions. Okay, hang on a second. Elementalist. Feedback thread evoker. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's reply to this while it's fresh in my head. Let's put this over here for a second. Okay. Evoker feedback. General items. Let's see. Elite Evoker skill does not trigger the Familiar's Blessing Grandmaster trait. Is this intended? If you activate the Empowered Familiar skill, then activate a normal Familiar skill quickly after, it will interrupt the Empowered one and cancel it. Let's see, next thing. Power, quick, and pure DPS builds felt extremely button mashy but viable in testing. Heal, Heal Alack Water Otter build felt like it had a bunch of holes in its kit compared to other supports. I tried using Dagger Warhorn, but then had no sources of Aegis, Stability, or Vigor for my team. When using Staff to have a Stability option, I struggled to keep up all other boons without the Warhorn. Despite having more frequent access to water via the Evoker mechanic, I never get to enjoy that because I still have to cycle through all elements like crazy to struggle to keep boons up. As a result of this, I felt that Evoker felt nearly identical to all previous, to previous elementalist builds, in that you still have to cycle through all elements to keep boons up. Example, visit Earth for group prot, visit Air for group swiftness, visit Fire for fury and might sacks, etc., etc. Please buff core Ellie. I mean, I guess. Would love to see boons with longer durations available on utility skills, such as the current Evoker utilities, that didn't require visiting other elements so often. Perhaps add group prot or stability on the Toad skill to offload some of the needs of visiting Earth so often. Or add an Aegis option to the Water Otter utility as an example. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's all I got, and maybe they can do something with that. All right. I have made an attempt. We'll see if anything happens up. Thanks for your feedback. We'll make sure to nerf Weaver next week. Awesome. All right. Yeah, also, give Ellie's 10k more health, because what the hell? Like, for example, there was that one trait where when you visit Earth, your whole team gets a stability application. That would be totally fine if you didn't have to visit Earth in your rotation. But since you already have to visit Earth in your rotation, you can never save that for when you need it. You know, stuff like that. Okay, let's attempt to focus on Troubadour again. Let's see. Heal and cleanse conditions from yourself and nearby allies when you use a shatter skill. All right. Perform with, let's see, reverberating loot. Build up notes instead of summoning illusions. Shatters are replaced by instrument skills, which consume notes to continue playing. Gain access to tails. Can you summon these ahead of time? Do I have to be in combat? Is there any way to build up notes ahead of time? You have to be in combat. Okay. All right. Building system illusion, instrument skills. Rifle 2 near a potential target doesn't spawn a clone, so no combat. No, Rifle 2 doesn't work in combat. Crescendo can give you notes. Gain a note every interval for a duration. Gain increased attributes every instrument you have playing. Okay, so first thought is, and I share the thought that many other people had, is this is supposed to represent 3 notes. Yet, there's... The graphics look like there's 4 separate things here, which is kind of confusing. Also, I actually find it harder to read now that the notes are filled in with purple than I did when they were empty and it was black. So I would say the UI element, if it were up to me, I would tweak that. Or, notes UI. Those are 6 notes. It's supposed to represent 3. So, like, if I do crescendo, watch. 1, 2, 3. So, it looks like 4. I'm not a musician. But it's supposed to represent 3. Alright. Next thing. Crescendo extends the duration of boons for nearby allies. Okay. Other options are, your flute now applies Torment. When your flute is playing, heal yourself and when you apply Confusion or Torment. Deafening a drum releases an additional quick wave after delay. While the drum is playing, deal damage to enemies you disable. Okay, so we're taking boon extension. Sure. Gain bonus outgoing healing and damage per instrument playing. Love Song. Playing the harp grants you distortion. Periodically grant bunes to... bunes? What is a bune? Grant bunes to nearby allies as the harp plays. Alacrity and regen. The other options are shredding. Your loot's damage is your loot's damage is increased per wave. Deal increased strike damage while you have the loot playing. Okay, so that's about damage. Tails grant a note and recharge their corresponding instrument. And then this one's a lack. Okay. Symphonic, dude, wait, hold on. That's 3 and a, hold on. What's my boon duration right now? Good God, 79? With full concentration? All right, hold on. I'm gonna put, for now, for testing, let's put concentration on. Now it's 89. God dang, why is this, so low? All right, cake. What are we at now? 91. Okay. In combat, you have more if you have regen. Yeah, there was a trade up here, right? Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. What was something that gives me regen? That does. All right. Yeah, I have 100 with that. Hold on. If I put this back to para. Okay, it's still 100. Okay. All right. It's in combat. All right. Okay, so then this will be 4 seconds of a lack per application. Okay. Crescendo grants affected allies boons per instrument playing. Fury and Might. Alright. Fortissimo! After using Crescendo, gain a note every interval for a duration. Gain increased attributes for each instrument you have playing. 5% increased attributes, 4 instruments, so max of 20% increased attributes. Okay. When you use an instrument above the note threshold, which is 3, so max. Create an after image that plays that instrument after a delay is another option. Crescendo prompts your last played instrument to take the spotlight. Augmenting Crescendo's effects, playing an instrument recharges Crescendo. All right, and we're taking Fortissimo. Okay. So, utility skills. Those big smart nerds at Snowcrows. First of all, I just want to see what these do. I want to read these again. Tale of the Second Scion. Blah, blah, blah. Aurine is great. Self-healing and ally healing. Okay. However, we have a whole bunch of traits that trigger every time we cast a heal. So mantras with their very short cooldowns are going to be king here. Alright, so we've got heal allies around you when you use a mantra, cure condition from nearby allies when you use a healing skill. We've got quite a few things that fire off when you use a healing skill. So, mantra of recovery. So first we gotta charge it up, and then boom, boom, boom. Okay, so the next one is blah, 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 Soulkeeper's great. Yes, she is. Rouse allies of the Legend of Almora Soulkeeper, granting offensive boons. Almora is part of the build, according to the Crows of the Snow Persuasion. And it does 10 stacks of might. And fear. Dude, this is what I'm talking about. Guys, Elementalists. I had to go into fire, drop a fire field, use the fire utility, use Warhorn 4 to spread it, then go to Earth, do another blast finisher, go to water, do 2 more blast finishers, and go to air and do a blast finisher to do less than this. What the hell? Okay. All right, Tale of the Soulkeeper, 27 seconds of 10 stacks of might, 18 seconds of fury, and alacrity. And reciting this grants you notes. Next one, Tale of the Tortured Mastermind, blah, 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 Scarlet Briar says you suck, and you get dazed and a bunch of dots. Tale of the Valiant Marshal, a word commander, and you stun break allies, and they get prot and resistance, and maybe some barrier. Tale of the August Queen. August? Why August? Tell how Jenna protected the city in their time of need, granting distortion and chaos aura. Okay. Because it's August. So, is next month going to be Tale of the September Queen? It just changes every month? Okay. August means grand or regal. Oh, I'm born in August. I'm very grand and regal. All right. So, according to the Snow Crows, this and this are flex slots. All right. As a char, we are definitely going to put a gun there. No, I'm just playing. Okay. So, let's see what they've written so far. Since rifle covers all your needs, your second weapon set is flexible. You could use sword for removing boons and evading, scepter for blocking, spear for evading and stunning foes, focus for pulls, shield for blocking and stunning. You could replace Relic of Phoebe with other notable relics, like Relic of the Flock. You can cover the missing swiftness with Tale of the Honorable Rogue. Oh yeah, I forgot, there was another one in here. The Escapades of Dougal. Causing nearby allies to become extraordinarily nimble and liberating them from movement impairing conditions. So you get your swiftness either from Dougal or from a different relic. Currently, we're getting it from Relic of Phoebe. Okay. Alright. Skill notes. Your utility and elite skills are very flexible, and you should consider all options. Note that mantras will additionally heal via restorative mantras. Feedback is good for projectiles, mantra of concentration for Aegis and stability, portal for group portals, mantra of resolve to cleanse conditions. Wait, do we have any condition cleanse already? Oh yeah, right here. Power, Celestial Power Cleanse. Okay, mantra of concentration. Where are you at? So it does do Aegis on the long cast, but it still does... This is crazy. Chat, look at this. Watch this. Boom. 3 stacks of stability. Boom. 3 more stacks of stability. Hey, look. Elementalist had 0! Ellie had 0! Alright, so yeah, that's on the bar. Mantra of Resolve to cleanse conditions. Where was it? Mantra of Resolve. Oh yeah, right there. So you could do that. Or feedback. Not having Well of Precog is my biggest thing. Yeah. Feedback. Yeah, Well of... Here, hang on a sec. So if I go to Chrono, just to show this off, for anyone who hasn't seen it, Well of Precognition is bonkers. Alright? It does Aegis, and then stability, and then stability, and then stability. Look, stab, Aegis, stab, Aegis, Aegis, Aegis. It's like, what? It is an idiot-proof, you're not getting hit anytime soon button for the whole party. It's so bonkers. Oh my god. It's so bonkers. Okay. Alright, let's go back to Troop. Okay. Where were we? We were that, and we were that, and we were bing bang bong. Alright. Okay. And it's stun breaks. And it's stun breaks. Why not? And you can see continuum split it. Yeah, and then what you've got stab, stab, Aegis, 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 Aegis. Yeah. Why not? Because why not? Alright, so we've got some buttons here. Let's see. And we are providing alacrity, so let's give ourselves utility quickness. So we're pretending we're grouped with someone who gives quickness. Spawn a average golem. Please spawn. Okay. You cleanse condition whenever you shatter or when you use a heal skill. Wait, when I shatter? Is that AoE Condi cleanse or self only? What is it from? When you use a healing skill, you cleanse. Yeah. Grant Aegis to other allies whenever you give yourself distortion or use shatter 4. So the harp. Okay. Create a clone when you heal. Increase healing to allies. Heal and cleanse conditions from yourself and allies when you shatter. Okay. Okay, but can Mesmers do this? Goes downstate. Alright, so let's get a reminder of rifle skills. The 1, it appears to shoot bullets. Okay. 2, it makes a note, and it provides regen. Okay. 3, do a beacon. It explodes, it gives boons, or you can double tap it to teleport people. 12 might and some fury. Okay, so we're probably just hitting the 2 and the 3 on cooldown. The 3 is also an ethereal field. Alright. 4 is CC. Okay, so we're probably saving the 4 for when we need CC. 5 is resistance and barrier, and a singularity lingers at the point. What was the singularity? Collapse, creating a single-use portal. Oh. Hold on. Wait. So if you detonate this early... Oh, double tap... Okay, that's the one that's the portal. That one is a heal, but you give up the boons. Okay, so from this kit, we are getting regeneration, lots of might, and fury, and then we've got a CC on demand, and a barrier on demand. You could give up the boons for a heal if you need to. You could give up the... or actually not give up, but you could double tap the singularity shot to make it pull, become a teleporter. If I make it become a teleporter, does something else have... Oh, it looks like it makes the cooldown longer if you make it a teleporter. Okay, so, alright, I kind of got it. We're hitting the 2 and 3 on cooldown. You could double tap the 3 for an emergency heal. Okay, are we hitting any of this stuff on cooldown? Probably Almora. Reciting this tale with the lute, playing gives you more notes. Okay, and I think I want to use... Alright, what's the deal here? What is the rotation? Do I want to have 3 notes before I do each of these? Alright, so the F1 gives might. The F2 gives vigor. The F3 is fury. They all do the buffs. The F3 is also CC. Wow, 500 defiance bar. What the frick? See you, Evely. The 4 was distortion, I believe. And then crescendo.
Say no to ads.
You can read Snowcrow's key concepts. Okay. Cancel this. Let's see. Trait notes. Alright. The sequence provides a group with the most important boons at the beginning of combat. Oh my god. They added the numbers. I have been telling them to do this for actual years. Holy shit. Except right here, they forgot on this one, but still. That's still. 4-3, F1, F2, 4 something, F4, F5. Okay. So, let's see. 4, 3, F1, F2, E, 4, Journey. Wait, what the hell is Journey? Journey plus Power Return? Oh, Journey is that. God damn you guys, where's Power Return? Oh, that's the heal. Okay, and then the Harp is F4, and then Crescendo. Okay. You can change the opener based on the encounter or your individual skill choices. Just make sure you apply Alack, Fury, and 25 might as quickly as possible. Build notes in particular. Journey grants regen. Sharpshooter stuns foes and has 2 charges. Mantra of Recovery and Power Return additionally heals, grants regen and swiftness. Tail of the Soul Keeper while the lute is playing. Okay. And spend notes to play instruments as soon as they are recharged. Spare notes to play lute for might. At least 2 notes for the flute. 3 notes for the harp for alacrity. Cast your remaining skills as follows. Crescendo, as many instruments as possible are active. Crescendo, extend all the boons on you and allies. Increase attributes as well as healing, grant barrier. Inspiring Imagery grants Fury and Might and should cast it off cooldown. 3. Its sequence skill, Abstraction, instead heals for a large amount, cleanses conditions, and blinds foes. Save it when you need to save allies. Singularity Shot 5 grants Barrier, resistance to allies. You can reactivate it to open a portal. That increases the cooldown. Tail the August Queen shares Distortion for the allies. You need to use Loot, then Almora, so you get 2 notes back free. Yes. Yes. So, how's Musical Mesmer? Still trying to wrap my head around it. There's a lot here. There's a lot. It's not even weapon swapping. There's just a lot going on. When you use a mantra, you have 2 charges, and you cast 1, but you keep the second charge until you have 2 again, so you don't have to fully charge the mantra again. 600 range, it's beautiful. Most of this stuff is 360 range. The loot is 600, but the others are 360, so you're going to want to be closer. Okay. So 4, 3, F1, F2, E, and then do that, and then harp, and then crescendo, and then do these. God, look at all these boons already. Think I'm starting to figure this out. Oh, I need to be using a heal periodically too. I forgot to do that. Let's do that, and then that, and then that, and then that, and then that. I need to get one more note for the flute. Okay. I don't know if this is like going to be a play style I would love to main, but it's not that bad after reading about it a little bit. And it is certainly effective. And it is not too bad to keep up. I'm guessing we're saving the drum for CC. Unless I overlooked something. Waiting on Almora before we do the flute again. There we go. Your heal skill's also clones, don't forget. Is it? Oh, yeah, you're right, thank you. I totally did forget. Okay, I think I got the gist of it. We are keeping up a lot of freaking boons. Like, literally all of them. Swiftness, Prot, Vigor, Alack, Regen, Fury, 25 Might, Occasional Stability when I'm not trying to, Cleansing when I'm not trying to, throwing heals all over the place. Alright, let's try a damage field. Do moderate. Remove, respawn. If the drum is playing when you use crescendo, it extends the boons even longer. It is like your biggest CC skill though. Is it, I mean, the thing is I don't need the boon extension, right? So is it worth burning the drum right before clicking crescendo when you could just save it for CC? Slam the drum, release of shockwave, disabling enemies. The strength of the disable increases the closer the enemy is. The drum will then consume all notes to continue playing. The drum's duration is extended for each note consumed. Strike up and unleash a wave of sonic magic. Instruments playing in the background contribute to the amplitude, increasing the strength of the wave. I normally say CC not an issue, but you don't have MOA, so maybe. And I'm using Phantasmal Sharpshooter to keep clones out, so I feel like the drum is the biggest CC on demand we got. So, one of my first thoughts right now is, guys, Heal Chrono is so good. What does this do that Heal Chrono does not? Oh, I did not mean to use the drum there. I messed up. The AoE distortion. Okay, anything else? Oh, I just remembered I'm in the damage field. I forgot. I'm not doing anything different, you guys. I'm doing nothing different right now. I was like, wait, why was I doing this test again? I don't remember. What level damage? That's moderate. Oh, those boons, my god. That's the moderate one. Use the stronger damage field? Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. We'll see. Turn extremely. So the thing is, though, is like we're kind of doing all our support and healing on a cycle. Like, what support skills do I have that I'm not already spamming? Like, I guess just the distortion one. Because utility skill, which gives a lack, you can give a lack without an enemy. So better in fractals than chrono. I mean, you still need to build up clones on an enemy. Jenna makes all instruments proc. As I sitting there, time, granting allies, distortion, chaos aura. Command every instrument to begin playing in the background. Duration is determined by the number of instruments you currently have playing. Okay. So it just extends all of them. Alright. Something I want to see here. Countdown 20 seconds. Alright. Let's go in, and here. Do. I'm doing it. And we're in that glass cannon Harrier gear. Yeah, that's extreme damage field, and I'm in glass cannon Harrier gear, and I did not have to use the Jenna. Remember, Muck went downstate on Ellie immediately? Yeah, I know, I did. This is very, very strong. So, yeah, your props to Snow Crows. This little how-to thing that they figured out helped me quite a bit. Yeah, I never use these two either. These are flex. I never use these buttons. Actually, these three. I never use these three buttons at all. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. So, I don't know. Okay, so a couple things here. One, this is just kind of just thinking out loud. Does this feel like I'm playing a bard? No? I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm doing the same shatter stuff that I do on any Mesmer. What do you guys think about that? Like, yeah, I'm not a Mesmer main. You can tell me I'm wrong if you disagree with me. I'm curious what you think of it. Like, this ain't bad. It's certainly effective. You saw what I just did. I'm just thinking about, does it feel like a bard? You don't have Aegis on demand. Your mantra has 6-week shippings, and you need to use F4 Harp in your rotation. Mantra of Concentration has Aegis, but yeah, it's a 2.25 second cast time if you save it for the long version. If you want to have the mantra prep to be able to do near instant stability, then you have to have it already precast. The difference will come in with adds or mobs. Clones vanish when your current target pops. The instrument should be like Enchi Kids. Question. If I have notes and I leave... Well, I guess I could test this question. I'm wondering if I leave combat, do I keep the notes? Like, will I keep the notes for my next fight? So I just left combat. I can change skills now. And it looks like the notes stay. Okay. So you can have some stockpiled for a future encounter. You don't really hear music. It lacks voice line in terms of design, I'll say, but it does remove the issue of having a target for your clone to exist compared to Chrono, and also it's way easier than Chrono to upkeep boons. Not gonna lie, Rifle's already doing half the job, but the spec is really good with the design question. So talk about you don't hear the instruments. Do you think it would be good if, like, when you press an instrument, you heard a few notes from that instrument? Like, when you click the drum, you heard, like, bum, 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 or something. I don't know. Like, or, conversely, would that be annoying as hell? You know, like, would you like to have a couple of boots when, like, a notes happen from, like, the lute or the flute or the drum, whatever? You do hear them? Hang on. Yeah, they're really quiet. Dude, that was there? I didn't hear that at all. Okay, so here's the problem. The effects volume makes, when you first click this button, there's a big loud sound, and you're gonna turn it down because of that, and then you don't hear the cool instrument behind it. So, I think the solution to that would be make the instrument a little bit louder, or the explosion of sound before the instrument kicks in a little bit quieter. Because no one's gonna have their effect volume this high. You would be deaf in a fight. It's like this thing is completely drowned out by what's going on here. Hey, what's up, dude? Okay, chat, I need to tell my boy goodnight. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. He's up to bed. I wonder if they can remove the shadow noise, because it's not really relevant for this event. Yeah, so let's write this down. The noise of the instruments is completely drowned out by the shatter noise. Also, it is attached to effects volume, so it will always be drowned out by others in combat. Perhaps remove the shatter SFX or lower it, and add a separate volume slider for the instruments for people that want to hear them? Question mark? Okay. Alright. Muck, where can we find your review on the other beta classes? On my YouTube channel. Amalgam and Ritualist is already there. Gale Shot, the video's done. It will be out tomorrow. And we just recorded Evoker a few minutes ago. Or perhaps add Shatter to Crescendo only. Okay. Aegis does not feel like it is available on demand. It is on the F4, but you have to spam F4 to keep Alacrity up. It is on, what is it? Mantra of Concentration, but not on the Instant Cast button, only the 6 weeks shipping button. Still good that they have it somewhere. I don't believe... Is there any other Aegis in here? I don't think so, but I want to double check, because I don't know these by heart. Okay. Okay. I want the commander to actually sing like a shout, but more singy. Would be so fun. Like, the issue is a balancing your design. It's more fine-tuning detail IMO. I do really enjoy the spec otherwise. It's like Chrono without the benefits Chrono has, which are Wells, Continuum Split, and the switch in traits between Quick and Alack. Clone generating without target, but while in combat is no issue because Rifle 2 and Heal clones stay long enough to shatter them with Chrono. Look at sound settings again. There is a setting for sounds. Huh? If you mean player instrument, that's not Bard. That's for the instruments that existed in the game before the Bard. And notice I have it all the way down. It's off right now. So we wouldn't have heard anything earlier if it was that. Unless you're referring to something else in here. I think it ties in. Mushroom King's Blessing is not working on the loot. No, this is having no effect on it. Mike, happy birthday tomorrow. Thank you. I think you enjoyed it more than you expected to. Yeah, I did. I did enjoy this. This is solid. I would be happy to play this in content. I don't get how this is much better than Chrono. Steve says, it's like Chrono without Chrono's benefits. It doesn't have Wells or Continuum Split and the ability to go between quickness and alacrity. Clone generating without a target, but while in combat is no issue because Rifle 2 and Heal 6 clones stay out long enough to shatter them. Okay. I'd actually like to take this to some, like, strikes or something. I'd like to try this one out. This one, I would not mind... Oh, God. I would not mind subjecting a group to this, because this felt pretty good. Let's turn that down. Let's turn that up a little bit. Healing output is much better than Chrono, though. Is it? Like, I'm taking your word for it. Is it? And we were Alack. Sure, what is the max duration of this? Increase range to 25. Like, do you ever want to save Crescendo for when you need it? Or do you want to just always use it when it's up when you've got a bunch of instruments active? I mean, I guess you always want to because of the attributes. Another thing is, I didn't even use a second weapon. Like, your second weapon's, you know, you could put whatever there. You could have the focus for the pull, you could have the shield for the block, like, you got a lot of options. I was just playing rifle. They did say they were tweaking Chrono. Yep, they did. Okay. I would like to try this out. Let's see. I am going to... am I on NA? Hold on a second. Yes, I am America. Yeehaw. Alright, let's hop back in here. I just looked. I think Staff might have Aegis on demand. I'm just wondering how it would feel to support... Like, if I weapon swap away from the rifle... How bad is the group going to feel but until I get back to rifle? Let's see. No. The staff applies random boons, so it might not give Aegis. Isn't F4 party Aegis? Yes, but you're spamming the F4 every time it lights up to give alacrity. Playing the harp grants you distortion. Periodically grants alacrity and regen as the harp plays. Wait a minute. Hold on. Where? I'm looking for something. It did 2 applications of Aegis. Did you see that? It did 2 back to back. Why? So, okay, so watch this guy's buffs. Aegis. I think it did 2 back to back. Hold on. It didn't do 1 for every pulse, because it was like, there was 4 or 5 pulses. Was it because of the notes? Did I have notes used up on the first one? Now I'm doubting myself. I swear I saw multiple applications of it. It's about the after song. It lasts 5 seconds plus 5 per notes. You do get 2 pulses of Aegis. I think that's not intended. I swear, like, the last time I did it, I didn't see 2 Aegises, but the first time I swear I saw it. I wonder, is it because it has notes? Use mouse 4 to get notes. I didn't see it that time. Now I'm doubting myself. Hit him with the Jenna. Hit him with the Jenna. Yeah, I guess Jenna is Aegis, among other things. Maybe there was just a Guardian passing by? Yeah, honestly, maybe someone else passed by and mucked with my experiments. Now, yeah, maybe there was someone else nearby. That's entirely possible. That's entirely possible. Okay, alright. I want to do the daily strikes, whatever they are, and I want to be a bard. I'm on NA. There's the squad join command. I need 9 peepos if you want to try this out with me. I'm going to go to the Wizard's Tower to set this up. This one, unlike the Evoker, I don't feel like I'm dragging my party down. I think we can get this done. Also, I learned just a second ago that there's a cast time on the Jenna thing. I thought it was instant, so I need to keep that in mind. Was the Evoker bad? It's got, okay, if you're comparing it to like a healer with a full kit, it's got some stuff missing. Like when I tried to give it stability, I couldn't keep up the other boons. When I kept up the other boons, I couldn't fit stability in the kit. Aegis and Vigor were nowhere to be found. And it also has, you know, half the hit points of like anybody else. So it died really easy during testing. So I struggled to make it work. I need better gloves. I need better gloves. That's fine. Sure. Guardian in disguise. Okay. What do we got? So I am Alack heals. So I need... Who's this person in my group? Citra? Are you quick? Okay, Citrus quick. Okay, so we need a healer and a booner for the other group. We need a healer and a booner for the other group. For now, I'm just going to unequip that because I think I would just accidentally weapon swap and make things worse. You can hit mobs in tower to generate clones. Let's test if notes will stay with me when I go through a portal, because I could just crescendo out of combat to build notes. Can you hear me now? Says Alak heal. Okay. And beta is quick DPS. That's perfect. Okay, we've got everything we need. All right, what is the daily strikes? I'm on a beta character, so I don't care, but let's get you guys money. Temple of Phoebe. All right. You know what would be needlessly time-consuming for them to set up, but would be kind of fun? What if the instruments played, like, a song of your choosing from a Guild Wars 2 playlist? So, like, the drum played only the percussion from that song, and the flute played only the flute from that song, etc., etc. And you had to have all the instruments going at once to hear the song normally. Darude Sandstorm? Yeah, Darude Sandstorm. So, like, you get the whole thing, you crescendo, and then all of a sudden it's, like, the climax. What happened? We lost a DPS. Chat, I need one more DPS. Missing 2. Don't go in yet. Looking good, Mark. Thank you. I feel tall. Not faster than a centaur, though. Okay, somebody else just quit. Now we need another one. Thank you. Why are all these people joining and quitting? Oh my gosh, this guy has got the staff from Doom. Look at this gamer. What a gamer. They saw you on Bard and quit. They couldn't handle me at my full height. I forgot I have to draw my Etch-a-Sketches in the air before we start. Oh, note, I lost my notes when we walked into the room. Alright, so I guess what I could do is just do this before, like, like, right when I enter while people are still doing setup, and then have the notes for, like, the start of the fight, so that I can give hella alacrity right at the beginning. Nogmalgam. Alright, ready to check. Can you begin combat with 3 notes? Yeah, just crescendo, wait 30 seconds, then go. The peasant Heart of Thorns glider. Crescendo! Green is good. Keep green with the group. Dude, that fat barrier from Crescendo, though. It's nice. Dodge roll this. I just got my dodging achievement. Here comes the drums! Oh, I messed up the Elmora button. Elmora, I'm sorry! I used it without the associated instrument. Crescendo! Alright, Crescendo is a fun button as a support. Because it's like, here's a fat heal, and if that wasn't enough, here's a fat barrier. Oh. That is a lot of circles there. You know what, have some Queen Jenna. You're all invulnerable. Enjoy. Look at my face. That took me a second. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna use Jenna and we're gonna revive this person. Y'all heard the tale about Jenna's feet? Y'all heard about Amora? She killed her own dude. She's badass. Muck, why aren't you singing? I don't know the words to Darude's Sandstorm, I'm sorry. Here come the drum! Every time I use the drum for the 500 break bar damage, I think here come the drums, here come the drums. I feel like we could probably get a Blishut add-on to do that. Crescendo! I need one more clone. Ooh, I dodged too early. I got used to that EU lag from this morning. Thank you for the revive. In EU, I have to dodge a second early, or else I won't be dodging on time. Y'all heard about Jenna? Let's say I'm doing like 2,500 damage. I would highly consider swapping to Giver's or Minstrel's gear, because I feel no reason to be this squishy, because I'm not contributing much damage-wise. Uh-oh. Those guys didn't know about Jenna. You know what? I'm gonna do the Jenna thing. Bah, no damage. What is the radius of that? 600. Oh god, that's juicy. People far and wide want to hear about those feet. Drum time. And shooty guy, and another shooty guy. Crescendo. Nice. Other than my own mistake when I popped that one time, that was not bad. Although I do think, let me go to my gear for a sec. We're gonna go to Arborstone next, if you don't want to wait on me. I want to try that. That's the same. It's just trading power for toughness. So I changed to Giver's gear there. So my 2k damage is going to go to like 1k damage. But hopefully I don't pop if I make a mistake. This looks so much fun, Mutt. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. I just joined as Troubadour. It's good so far. I don't know if it's better than Chrono, which was what they already had. But it's definitely solid. I'm getting, now, I mean, obviously your own results may vary. This is based off my skill level, but I'm getting way better results than when I tried Evoker. Arborstone. Didn't they mention they were taking something away from Chrono? Yeah, they said something like that. I don't know exactly what, though. Let's see. Etherblade Hideout. Alright, so I'm immediately going to use Crescendo when we run in here, just so I can charge up a full stack harp while we wait on the others to arrive. Oh, I should do my mantras too.
It's invisible dance! Ah!
Breaker down.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. This will be the ready check.
You just brought everyone home. We should finish this now.
Ah, why'd you roll into me? That person wanted my lunch money, chat. How about Mark? It's okay, I'm in giver's gear. When you're in trouble, who you gonna call? Call Jenna. Jenna! This music's so low. Oh, music should be louder.
I need your power. I need more. Please. I can't lose again.
Never give up.
Watch the laser. Watch the laser. Watch the laser. Jenna would have watched out for that laser. I'm just saying. She would have been like, nah, I ain't falling for that. Well, without a target, I can keep effectively shattering and keep these boons up. Just by continuing to use Rifle 2 and my heal skill.
There's nothing to fear.
The Mark Booners was drawn. Careful. You were standing in a laser talking about my Booners. What a way to go. Imagine that on the tombstone. Alright, did the drums. Crescendo!
We should finish this now.
All together. Forge the way.
Nice. Yeah, that felt totally fine. Little floating instruments behind me. Okay, cool. Let's go do the Iceberg 5. This is nice. I have mostly good things to say about this. Like, there's the small critique about the UI for the notes. However, I will say, I believe the UI for the instruments is quite good. For anyone who hasn't been looking at it real close, when you use an instrument, there's this glowy thing, and it's counting down how much time is left on the instrument. So, for example, I only want to use this button if this is active, and I can easily see if it is or is not. So, like, I can just glance here, and I can see which instruments are active quite easily. I'm totally okay with this. The notes thing I think here could be better, but the little bars above the instruments I think is quite good. Let's see. Ice, Brood, Saga, Ivannorth. Imagine having a good UI, me a catalyst. Doesn't Luminary also have the same teeny tiny catalyst bar? How many notes is that? Is it 4 or 6? It's 3. I call baloney. Virtue? Hang on. Watch. Watch as they light up. I'm gonna activate it now, okay? 1, 2, 3. That's why I said the notes bit is confusing. I don't like how the second note is split in two. Nobody does. Can you grant a stab for the snowball? Yeah, Mantra of Concentration. I can. I could even tell you about Jenna for the snowball. You know what? I'm not gonna give stab. I'm gonna try Jenna and see what happens. Y'all heard about Jenna? Jenna wouldn't get hit by a snowball. I ever tell y'all the tale of the time Jenna said F you to a snowball? She said no. Wait, my Asura can jump this. My Char is struggling. My Char have tinier jumps? Damn it, where did I get swiftness? Oh, it was the heal skill. There we go. Ah. Char clearly better JPs. Clearly. Alright. I'll just say 3, 2, 1. Crescendo! Jenna says no! Wait, what? I still got knocked out! Jenna, you failed me! Jenna lied. Okay, I legitimately don't know why we got knocked down there.
In the storm. If someone's responsible, it wasn't that thing. Head on back. I'll see
I that was funny as hell. I don't know why we got knocked down. That should have been... Wait, hold on. If you're distorted, can you still get CC'd? Honest question. You can. Okay, I thought it was just basically like an invulnerability, like nothing could affect you. Okay, I had stability. I didn't think they needed it there. Bears. So it's not an extra tool to... So it's just damage. It blocks the damage. But your group still might get knocked all over the place. Why'd it work on the snowball? I mean, it gives Aegis for a second. Maybe it just Aegis the snowball. But when the big guy does the punch and the shockwave, it does multiple hits. Because I know sometimes I've had 3 stacks of stability and it eats all of them. So maybe it ate the Aegis and then, you know, fired through it after that. Stability, because he's doing the triple hammer thing. Jenna said no! Dude, that was, like, not even difficult. Like, not that that is, like, usually a challenge. Sometimes that little enrage thing on some characters can be a bit sweaty for the healer, but that was nothing. That was crazy. Oh, I can still hear the flute. Oh, it's dead. The flute died. How's the Elite Spec beta going? Opinions on new specs? I mean, we've been going for a while, so I got a lot to say. Enable Arc? Arc is enabled. What do you mean? Or maybe you mean, like, self-stance? The Arc is up here. Frainer. Was that Bone Skinner? No, that was the Bears. Barrier. So that was DPS, HPS, and barrier per second for the last fight. Just think, Muck, the other party has a Paragon and our health wasn't even budging. I mean, yeah, I mean, it was great. Like, I had one skill that makes everyone invuln, and then 2 skills that have, like, fat barrier, and then I was doing constant healing and stuff in between. And I had them staggered out a bit, and it was just like, no one dipped. It was wonderful. Oh, whoops, I forgot, shoot. You went in too soon.
It's time to sleep beneath the stars. Never surrender. We shall return.
Take a few steps to the left and you won't get knocked. The healers we trust us out. I mean, I did, but... What's that? Garnet, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Your long day has ended.
Thank you very much. Glad to see you playing as Chip. Oh, haha.
We persevere.
Yeah, it's getting some variety. We are very tall, hairy Asura today. Glad to see you playing as Chip. Lol. Gray Fox from Bubbly, Tanner, Trevor, and Kara. Thank you. Welcome to the gifted memberships. Did they figure out what made the DCs? Apparently, yes. They haven't told us. I think it would be kind of fun if they released like an article on like what they learned. I always like reading those. But it does appear to be fixed. But I don't know what the issue was. Do these give notes out of combat? No, they don't. Okay. Whisper. I tried to Evoker underwater with Firefox, and the fox attempts to swim and then gives up and reverts to default. Etch a sketch. Unless they won't nerf Chrono that much. We'll see. All right, starting it. Rip the DC. What? Oh, we lost someone. No. What the volume? Oh god. This is it takes me forever to kill my clone. And volume's gone again. Weird. I wonder if the Bard stuff is messing with the volume controls? Like, cause, you know, there's little music coming from the things, right? I wonder if it's making it fluctuate? Crescendo boosting in-game audio. I mean, maybe? I don't know. I mean, it's a beta. There's gonna be weird stuff, but that was weird stuff. There's a chain killing someone. Jenna! Huh. It said invulnerable, but I still took some damage. I think part of that attack with the falling spikes pierces through distortion. Because I know there's a... Okay, we're doing this again. Stability. Stability again. Is he bugged? He's supposed to do a knockback. I think he gave up. My music was too intense. It's crazy that this thing... How long has Iceberg Saga still been out? Alright guys, just in case. Feedback! Y'all heard about Jenna? Whew, that was close. Good job, team. We really pulled it together there at the end. Why are you looting? You don't get to keep the loot? Because it's fun stomping the chests. It makes my monkey brain go ooga booga. Just joined in, you having fun? Yeah, I actually am. Your forum post will have to be, have you heard about Jenna? Yeah. It's pretty crazy what's going on with the volume though, that's weird. But the skin some bones. Here we go. I saw a beta guy get the Dragonstorm infusion a few days ago. I bet he was very happy. His character lived a short but rich life. BS is kind of my healer quick stress test when I want to use my guild as lab rat for my stupid heal build idea. Okay. They crashed again. Okay. I'll wait a minute. But 61 seconds is just straight out. They said go ahead. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I forgot to pre-booner. Dang it. I tried. Y'all heard about Jenna? She didn't care what the bone skinner had to say. She said, get off my lawn.
Oh,
Be like Jenna.
Reputation. Oh my god, reputation so hard.
Oh my god, all those downstays. They did not know about Jenna. I will say one thing about this character. I got nothing for you if you go downstate. That is between you and God at that point. Alright, let's GG. We can kill, but we'll take 2 hours. So yeah, if they decide to stand in circles, I got nothing for them at that point, chat. Oh, I just learned of something. I can shoot this so I'm in combat, and then summon clones to build notes while I'm in combat with a rock. And then I can start the fight with full notes. Ready, check. Your crasher's back? Yeah, he crashed the party. Someone's already dead. Jenna would have stepped left. I'm just saying. Did they crash again? Yo, I don't know, man. Crescendo! Jenna! Oh, I honestly did the Jenna thing too late, but it's still 2 seconds of involved. Crescendo! Jenna! Just 'cause I can. Don't let him step on you. You let him step on you. Jenna would have let him step on her. Crescendo! Feedback just cause. Serenade my corpse. Alright, so on Bone Skinner, chat, we were doing 2k DPS, 7,200 HPS, and 1,400 BPS. That's barriers per second, not beats per second. That was not bad. And I was kind of just throwing feedback whenever, because those other bolts around the room. I mean, this was fine. This feels like a very solid healer, and there's a little bit of a rhythm to it, no pun intended, and once you get it, you're kind of doing the same thing the whole time. It kind of feels like Tempest, where you just kind of get like a dance step. You're like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then like once you got it, like you're doing a lot. I just realized Jenna is like the Aegis well, just a bit worse because it's a longer cooldown and it's not safe for knockbacks, but has a bigger reach. Yeah, it does. 600 range. All right, to the people in my group, thank you very much. That was educational. All right, back to the talking room. Where do you see the HPS and the BPS? Hang on. I just showed it a minute ago. I think it disappeared when I loaded out of that room. This right here, this window. So, damage, healing, barrier. Distortion doesn't work for Deimos Mind Crush. Yeah, honestly, I learned a lot about Distortion today. Like, I thought Distortion was just invuln. As in PvP, when I fight against someone who distortions, it feels like I'm fighting someone who's invuln. I didn't know it still had weaknesses. Alright. Let's adjust self, add boons, and add utility and quickness for testing. And spawner, average, spawn. Okay, and turn that off. Okay. Alright, chat, here we go. Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here, and today we got another episode of I Tried, where I try the Bard, or the Troubadour. The totally legally distinct Bard. The Guild Wars 2 is adding in Visions of Eternity. This is part of the Elite Spec Beta, so if you're seeing this video in the future, it might be different by the time that, you know, you are watching this video. Anyway, so the Troubadour. The Troubadour was clearly designed with a couple things in mind. It can be a damage build, it can be a support build. I am a support enjoyer, so I tried it as a support build only. I do not have any feedback on the damage version because that's not what I've been testing for the last few hours. This video is about the support version and what it's like. At the time of testing this, some folks at Snowcrows have already figured out a decent build for it, and so I basically took the knowledge that they had already gleaned and tried to put it into practice, and I'm going to show you what I got. So, first off, I will quickly show the gear. I started, the first fight I did, I was in full Harriers. However, I noticed I was doing like 3k damage, and I was like, alright, I'm really squishy. I'm going to swap to like Givers or Minstrel's gear. I ended up swapping to Givers because 3k damage is not that much. Lowering my 3k damage to 2k or even 1k damage, but in exchange having the healer be hard to die, worth it for me. So we were in mostly Givers gear with Runes of the Monk after that first fight that I did today. Transference and Paralyzation on my rifle. You notice I don't have a second weapon set. You can use anything for the second weapon set. I wanted to just focus on learning the thing with the rifle, so I didn't do that. But let's say you needed a pull for a fight, you could put a focus there. If you need a block for a fight, you could put a shield there. whatever. The sky's the limit for the second weapon set. Put whatever you want there. And we have got Relic of Fabe, which means that you will give swiftness to your group when you use a healing skill. Here is our build, very similar to some other Mesmer support builds. We have got Chaos, Inspiration, and Troubadour itself. We get a lot of bonuses whenever we use Mantra of Recovery. It will do regen and condition cleansing and swiftness on the party, and the Mantra charges are pretty fast cooldown to come back up, so we get to use that a lot. For the Troubadour traits, we took Crescendo, extends the duration of boons for nearby allies. We have got Love Song, playing the harp, that's your F4, grants you Distortion. Periodically grants boons to nearby allies as the harp plays. So your F4 is Distortion for you. It's also Alacrity, which is kind of weird to have those on the same button, because Alacrity means you need to use this button a lot to keep Alacrity on your party, which means you're not saving it for when you need Distortion. Very odd that they put a spam this button as often as possible feature on the same button as a hit this in case of emergency feature. So that's your Alacrity button. Symphonic Resonance, Crescendo, grants affected allies Might and Fury per instrument. And Fortissimo, after using Crescendo, gain a note every interval for a duration. Gain increased attributes for each instrument you have playing. I found that this was nice because it allowed you to basically pre-fill your notes before the battle began. If you zone into a strike or a raid and you just immediately go crescendo, you can fill up the notes, and as long as you've got like 30 seconds before your party is going to be ready to pull the boss, you can start the fight with full notes. So, we have got a golem that is set up right here. I have got quickness on me from the console, which is simulating being partied with someone who's giving me quickness. And we're going to go up to this, and I'm just going to beat on it for a second and kind of show you, not the same opener as Snowcrow's, because I like to open with full notes. So I start hitting the boss, I hit 2 and 3, we use the harp, and then we get a charge of this, and I'm going to use F1, and then I am going to use Almora, and then use F2, and then crescendo. Look at these mucking boons. This was such a breath of fresh air after trying Evoker. Holy crap. Let's just pause right there and just take it all in. So, wow. Oh my god. Let's go over that step by step and talk about what happened. So, again, I like pre-doing Crescendo before the fight, like 30 seconds before a big pull, so Crescendo is available again when the fight starts. I don't want to start the fight without Crescendo, but it lets you start with full notes. You want to use the harp when you have 3 notes, because the harp is pumping out Alacrity, it's also doing pulse healing, it's doing condition removal, it's doing all kinds of stuff, but the main thing is it's doing the Alacrity, so you want to have 3 notes when you use the harp. You can get by doing the flute with 2 notes, and you can get by doing the lute with 1 note. However, you want to, the Tale of the Soulkeeper will give more Alacrity, plus Fury, plus Might, but it will give you 2 notes back if you have the lute going. So if you look at this, I'll hit the lute, it's going to use all the notes, then I can use Almora and get 2 notes and then do the flute, for example. Additionally, your notes are your clones as a Mesmer. So if I use any other things that would give a clone, and I need to be in combat for this next thing, so I'm going to shoot this one guy one time just to get in combat. So if I do my Rifle 2, that's a clone. If I use the Mantra, which would summon a clone, that's another one. And I can do the Mantra again, and then I can do a 3-charge harp. And then once you get your F1, your F2, and your F4 all going at the same time, which you can see on the bars above them, they're ticking down, you do crescendo, and then boon extension, fat heal, fat barrier, just all kinds of good stuff. Your stats go up, so you're better in every single way because your stats get better. The only instrument I was not using, like, on the regular was the drum. The drum is not needed for keeping the boons up, and it's a massive CC. So whenever something needed to be CC, it'd be, here come the drums, and do that, and then maybe Rifle 4. And then that's 500 CC, and then 200, and if you got time, 200 again. So you got between like 700 within like a second, 900 if you got an extra second. Lots of CC. We don't have Moa Signet. Everybody loves Moa Signet on the Mesmer. However, For this, we are bringing... Have y'all heard about Jenna? And Jenna basically is Chaos Aura and Distortion, which is near invincibility. I say near. I learned a lot about Distortion today. Facts. I am used to fighting against Mesmers in PvP, and it feels like when they have Distortion, they can't be stopped. But I learned a lot today, and there are some effects from PvE bosses that go right through Distortion that I didn't know about. So sometimes I would Distortion my teammates, and they would be invulnerable, but they would still be stunnable, and they'd bong, and they would get not launched away like pinballs. And I was like, ooh, should have stability there. Whoops. I thought that was not, I thought that was going to stop that. That did not stop that. Okay, and then you gotta wait for them to come running back, stuff like that. But something that's really cool about this, and let me borrow a feature from Blish HUD here for a second. I'm gonna go into the Distance Rings add-on. Most of our songs are 360 radius, most of them. So if I do this, this is most of your boons and heals. Not bad, not bad. Jenna's got that radius. So if you're like, oh my god, bad thing happening, make my party near invulnerable, that hits all the way to that outer ring. Very nice. Very good. So Jenna will give Chaos Aura, it'll give Distortion, it'll also trigger all instruments to be active. So let me turn the rings back off, because they mess with my FPS a little bit. If I hit this guy, and I'm going to reset my cooldowns, right? And let's say I'm in a normal situation. So I am going to, just like charge this up. I'm going to hit this thing. I'm going to get like one clone and do this. Summon Almora, do the pipe, and then I'm going to crescendo. I've got 3 instruments out, and then I'm like, hey, Jenna, notice all 4 instruments are out and we're refreshed. So Jenna will do the Distortion. It will refresh all of them. It will extend them, so you're getting a ton of positive effects and boons just because you use that. But it's also a great emergency button. Just keep in mind, it has a 1-second cast time. It is not instant. You really need to know that. On top of that, on top of the tons of area healing, tons of area cleansing that you're pulsing out, tons of area boons that the Evoker wishes it had, you've got decent CC on demand, and you have 2 flex slots. This and this can be whatever you want. I like having Mantra of Concentration here, which has a basically instant stability for your party the moment you click it, and we've got feedback, so return projectiles to sender in an area. So what is the cons of this? What are my thoughts on this? One, running it in Harrier's gear, it doesn't provide a lot of damage. Like, I would say a heal Mechanist does triple the damage of heal Troubadour. So, give up on that. If you're supporting a team, I would do Givers or Minstrel's gear just to be a really tanky healer, and then they don't have to worry about their healer dying. Another thing is you really don't have a revive thing, where like many healers might have a way like, oh, Billy went down, use a cooldown and get them up immediately. I didn't really have anything like that. I mean, you could bring Illusion of Life in here to try to get back up someone with that. Illusion of Life, for those who don't know, it is a weird revive. It revives someone for 15 seconds, but then they would drop back down again. So you need to give them a really fat barrier right when they're about to have the Illusion of Life wear off so that they don't just die a second time. I don't really like it, but it is an option if you want to use it. Feedback is great because of anti-projectile. We've also got the Mantra of Concentration for stability. Mantra of Concentration, the long charge of it will give Aegis. However, the long charge of it has this long a cast time. And that was with quickness. So in combat, that's like Aegis with 6 weeks shipping. So we've got Aegis on this, and we've got Aegis on the harp, sort of, because of the distortion thing. And Jenna does the distortion thing. So it kind of felt like I really didn't have an Aegis on demand. The barrier thing got taken out. Oh, barrier doesn't save Illusion of Life anymore. Today I learned. I welcome the correction. Okay, so forget what I said about barrier saving Illusion of Life, folks. So Illusion of Life is just, it is what it is. Going back to the barrier, the Aegis thing, because you want to be able to instant stability, you're typically going to get past the first charge of Mantra of Concentration and have Power Break on your bar ready to go. So you've got that instant stability on demand. So because of that, I kind of felt like, my camera's out of focus, I kind of felt like I didn't have an Aegis on demand for this class. Come on, camera. There we go. Okay, had to lean in really close so it could fixate on me. So I felt like I did not have an Aegis on demand while playing this. On the same note, though, that didn't really feel that bad because we had the emergency distortion on the really big cooldown, 75-second cooldown on Tale of the August Queen. We had stability on demand, ample stability on demand with Mantra of Concentration and Power Break. The Harmonious Harp, we are using that off cooldown for Alacrity, but that occasionally would, throw out, some defensive stuff for the team just at random moments. So we also had the Barrier on demand from Singularity Shot. That's Rifle 5. You're not having to spam this as part of your rotation, so you can use this when needed to, like, the whole group is beat up. You can just fire that as, like, a cushion to, help them stabilize. You're using your 2 and your 3 basically on cooldown. The 2 summons clones and does healing and regen. The 3 does Might and Fury. But if it's an emergency, you can hit the 3 a second time, give up the boons, and detonate it for a big heal and condition cleanse. I never really felt like I had to do that, because there was just so much healing constantly pulsing out of me from the instruments, from the regen, from the 2 spam, from the mantra spam here. There was just so much healing pulsing out of me. I felt like the occasional Jenna or the occasional Singularity Shot was enough to have everyone stabilize after a rough moment. So in the end, you're really using most of these skills frequently, most of these, except the drum, frequently. Also, Crescendo, you're using it pretty much when it comes up. You just want to make sure your instruments are already active when you use it. But Crescendo is a massive stabilizer, because it's like, let me heal everyone and give them a massive barrier and refresh all these boons and instruments. So it really felt like I was keeping a lot of my stuff on cooldown, and I didn't have a lot remaining for emergencies, but it also felt like it didn't freaking matter because what we were consistently doing was just so damn good. It kind of felt like, it reminded me of Tempest. Tempest is like, there's a rhythm, like, I'm going to go water for this, and then I'm going to go earth for prot, and go fire for might, and back to water. And so it's like, there's this sequence, and you're like, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If you're dead, it's not my problem. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And you're just doing this thing, and boons and healing is just erupting out of you, and you're just doing a dance step and keeping a rhythm. And it's not changing a whole lot based on the situation, with rare exceptions. This felt like that. There was a rhythm to it. You would get into it, and if you were following that rhythm, things were going swimmingly well. But you did have a couple of buttons, tucked away for emergencies, such as the Rifle 5, such as the Queen Jenna button, the Stability button, whatever you have here. I had feedback, but you can put anything there. There was some good stuff. A couple of other things. If you wanted to take a different relic besides Relic of Phoebe, this was brought for swiftness. You could bring Tale of the Honorable Rogue on the bar, and that takes care of swiftness. And then you could use a different relic there if there was something else that you wanted. You could also bring, like, Valiant Marshal just for another defensive button, stuff like that. Yeah, Relic of the Flock is a good choice, exactly. You could use Mimic and use that to, like, copy Tale of the Soulkeeper if you wanted to do something abusive with the notes. There's a lot of really cool options here. This was great. This was a lot of fun. What is my feedback on it? Do I have anything negative to say about it? One, the Notes UI. I'm not a huge fan of this. A lot of folks have come into my chat and been confused by it. It shows what looks like what could be interpreted as 6 musical notes or 4 musical notes. And it's 3. So I'm gonna burn the notes here. If you'll watch here, I'm gonna use crescendo. 1, 2, 3. That's kind of confusing. I would recommend they change that. And maybe even put it over here above the hit point bar. And the reason for that is when you activate some instruments, you can see this glow above them, which lets you easily tell which ones are active. And I like that. I really like the UI on the instruments, but it's partly covered by the notes. In my opinion, it would be better to, 1, have this more clearly show 3 and not what it does now, and 2, move it over here possibly. I don't know if they're going to listen to me, but that's my thoughts on it. Additionally, the instrument's noise is almost completely canceled out by shatters. This might get loud for a second, but I need to demonstrate something, so sort of apologize. Okay, hang on. 'Cause, 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 So see, that one's almost done by the time that noise finishes, okay? So, and then one more thing, hang on. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I kind of like that little ditty that it plays. I enjoy that. Honestly, it doesn't really feel like a bard if you can't hear it, in my opinion. You're welcome to disagree. Some people would be like, oh my god, that would annoy the hell out of me if I was hearing that all the time. However, I feel like, one, it's attached to effects volume. And you have to rev effects volume all the way up to hear it, which means everyone else's weapon skills are going to be blowing your ears off. So you're never going to have effects volume up, so you're never going to hear that. Additionally, they're also on the same buttons as the shatters, which means you hear deafeningly loud shatter and then faint little awesome music ditty behind it. I feel like they should either raise the musical instrument volume, or lower the shatter volume, or remove the shatter sound effect completely and just have it on crescendo, but not the others. Or have the instruments be on a separate slider here, like Troubadour instruments, and everyone can have it on or off. I think any of that would be cool for the vibe of the class. This felt good to play. It didn't feel like a bard, because I never heard music. I never heard anything musical while I was in Strikes playing this. So I believe they should do something more with the sound effects that I thought were pretty. I don't even think they need to make new sound effects. I thought those were good sound effects, but you can't hear them. You can't hear any of them just because of the situation. I think that's it. There was the Aegis thing, the notes user interface, the instrument volume. I think that's it. This was nice. This legitimately was nice. Oh, I remember one more concern. Chrono. We've got this pretty cool class here. It's very effective at what it does. It's a new type of vibe they're going for with the musical thing, although I don't think they've nailed it yet, but I think they're close. I've shown a build. It's very effective. Part of that because the rifle is already really good for Mesmer. The Mantra with all the traits it supports it are really good for Mesmer. The stuff in the toolbox, Stability on Demand, Elementalist doesn't have anything in the toolbox for that. Reflect on Demand, that kind of stuff. There's like a good toolbox here to pull stuff from, which means that the Troubadour just had to build on top of that, and they did it really well. Does it do anything Chrono can't? Kinda. I mean, Well of Precognition is really freaking good. Continuum Split is really freaking good. How does Troubadour compare to its sibling, the Chrono? I would say it's probably easier to learn based on my own hour or two playing this. I would say this is probably easier to learn. It can pretty easily pre-stock the clones when you're not in combat by just firing off a crescendo as you approach the boss. It can pretty easily stock up on clones in combat even when you don't have a target. So let's say the boss is going invulnerable and it's doing a phase change and boons are falling off the party. All right, I'm going to shoot that guy for a second. So watch this. Without him targeted, I can do the harp, I can do another clone, I can do this, I can do Almora, I can fire this off, and then I can do the pipes. And then if I had it already crescendoed a second ago, I mean, I could still do it in just a moment here, and then we could do crescendo, and we can extend that stuff, and do this. I can keep all of this up without a target, all right? That is something that Chrono and Mirage might have a harder time with than Troubadour, but this is fine. This is totally fine. I can do that. It was nice on the, we were doing the strikes, we did all the daily strikes in the Icebird 5, and when Freynier and the others would do those moments where they're invulnerable, I could easily just keep stockpiling the boons. It was no problem at all. That's it. What about the Pure Deeps version? I did not try it. I have no input on Pure Deeps Troubadour. I was entirely infatuated with trying out the support Troubadour, and it was quite nice. So I don't think I have any other input on this one. I think I've said everything I have to say. If you have any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, or thoughts on it that I missed, welcome you to put it in the comment section down below, and I might agree with you there. All right, that's it. That's a wrap for Troubadour. We're done with that. Could you repeat the whole explanation? Bard buff good, music bad. It need music good. Okay, let's give them some feedback. Let's see. Evoker. Where is it? Where is Mesmer? Troubadour. Let's go here and leave some feedback, guys. Spam design and F skills feel bound. F4 and cooldown range alacrity. This turns what should be reactive time-based skill distortion agent stability into a boring spam button. Let's see. Wow, this guy probably has way better stuff to say than me. Tale of the Second Scion useless compared to Heal Mantra. That's true. Yeah. Tale of the Soulkeeper exists purely to maintain the lack of mind uptime. Feels like an uninspired filler spam button. Honorable Rogue removes movement pairing conditions to give swiftness. Extra endurance is okay, but not slot worthy. Valiant Marshal, the only standout. Group stun break, which Mesmer was lacking. Barrier is useful, but the stun break should not be tied to heart performance because that condition makes it clunky and often unresponsive. Tale of the Torture Mastermind, okay, niche, not impactful in a support role. August Queen, surprisingly balanced. Distortion share at 2 seconds isn't overpowered as I originally thought. Yeah, you would say that. They're like, oh yeah, invulnerability, that's balanced, that's fine, don't touch it. It's on long cooldown, gives you strong CC like Moa's Signet to take it, which is a real trade-off. Oh yeah, you have to give up Moa's Signet, yeah. Okay, all right. Let me go ahead and give my input before I get warped too much by theirs. Troubadour feedback. Okay, what do I have? Notes UI. Many folks I talked to were confused, thinking it was supposed to represent 4 notes or 6, and were surprised when they were told it shows 3. I would do some change here to make this more clear. Also, I recommend moving it above the hit point / endurance globe because it partially covers the awesome UI you did for the individual instruments that allows you to easily see which ones are active. Okay, how do you record your Twitch stream for YouTube video? On the Twitch side of things, when I finish a stream, I can, there's 2 ways. One, I have a record button. I could just hit that, hit record, and then hit done recording when I'm done. Or if I think what I'm doing is really taxing my computer and I don't want to tax it further, I can just go to the Twitch VOD or the YouTube VOD after the stream and just cut that section out and copy it and then make a video out of it. You wrote UI instead of you did. Wait, what? Wait, what? Your UI you need? Because it partially covers the awesome UI you made for the individual instruments that allows you to use the zeros, which are active. Cool. Okay. What was the other thing? What was the other stuff? This is why I take notes, you guys. Aegis on the, let's see. Alacrity on the F4 feels weird because you have this skill set up to be a defensive emergency button, and then you add alacrity to it, so we have to spam it off cooldown, completely removing the ability to use it in emergencies. Does not feel like we have an Aegis on demand. We do have Aegis on, what was that one skill called? power break. Oh, I need to leave combat. The music issues? Yeah, the music issues I wanted to do last because it didn't really affect gameplay. It just kind of affected fun. It is on Mantra of Concentration, but on a long cast time. Did it not fail like we have Aegis on Demand? We do have Aegis on Mantra of Concentration, but it has a long cast time, so most folks keep the Mantra charged to have the instant stability on demand. It is up to you if you feel like the class should have this. I know all supports do not have access to it. Okay. Small side note, Bard does not have access to distortion by default. Without Love Song, Bard has no distortion. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this was my notes. All right. As a support, I greatly enjoyed playing this class, but it did not feel like a bard. I have a proposed solution for this. The noise of the instruments is completely drowned out by the shatter noise. Also, it is attached to effects volume, so it will always be drowned out by others in combat. Perhaps remove the shatter SFX or lower the volume of the shatter SFX, or raise the volume of the instruments, or move the shatter SFX off the instruments completely and only have it on crescendo, or have a separate volume slider for Troubadour instruments entirely. You may also want to have all Troubadour instruments be synced server side. So if you have multiple in an area and you choose to have the volume loud enough to hear them, it is synced up and not just a cacophony of noise. Excellent use of cacophony, Mukluk. Thank you, Mukluk. I spelled it wrong, though. Is that it? Aegis is not healing like a... Yeah, okay, I think that's everything. I think that's everything I had. End with positives. That said, I greatly enjoyed playing this. It had ample amounts of healing. CC, it had ample amounts of healing, cleansing, booning, stab on demand, emergency barriers, and was a breath of fresh air after trying Evoker. Have to insult Elementalists anytime we can. This man writes like William Faulkner. I have no idea how he writes, so I'll take it. Found a bug with Evoker pistol. Air only triggers its progress if you have an air bullet when you press 3. And the feet. No comment on that. All right. Change. I know all supports do not have access to this. Do I know not all supports have access to this? Wait, what? Change. I know all supports. I know not all supports have access to this. Is that better? The cast time on the elite is to shout feet. Imagine you click the button and your character and literally goes, "Y'all hear about the feet?" It's just like they get the voice actors to actually do that. Yeah, I'll do it. I volunteer my voice. Okay. All right. Okay. Blah. All right. Let me go over to the Nox box. Let's see, do that. And add I tried Evoker to queue. Recorded Friday night. And then add I tried Troubadour to queue. Recorded Friday night. Okay, they're in the Noxxi packs. That's a big Troubadour text dump. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. How do I say, dude? I use their forums so irregularly. Invictus is now following you. What? Reacted to a post. Wait, what? Oh, they're like they give some hearts or something. Using their forums for this feedback is the first time I've used their forums in over like a year, so I'm trying to see what other people had to say about the stuff I had to say. Oh, for Amalgam, all I wrote was triple kit Gandhi Amalgam. I rolled my face on the keyboard, had no idea what I was doing, and I got 60k. Class is perfect, no changes needed. I've been curious on that Condi build. Best I could do is low 50s. The DPS definitely needs to be shaved down. I like the concept. DPS-wise, I'm a little worried about the burst damage because that's my design. Even if shaved down to a 45k average, that first number is going to be like 80k. We're looking burstier than Blade Swarm. Yeah, Amalgam was pretty stupid. Like, it was a cool, fun class, but holy crap. Just a couple people hearted that one. Let's see. Evoker. Why haha? I don't know why people haha. Maybe my attempts were just so laughable. Let's see. Evoker, Gale Shot, Amalgam, Ritualist. What was that one? Oh, that was just some hearts. Okay. What? View all notifications. Let's see. Amalgam, Gale Shot, Ritualist. Quoted you. Okay, I think that's everything. This is everything recent. Okay. All right. Oh, man. Troubadour was pretty fun. I kind of, like, I don't really want to test it the DPS way, but I'm kind of curious what other people got out of it. Did Snowcrows have anything for that? Did Snowcrows have a DPS Troubadour? Power Troubadour. And there's also a Power Alack Troubadour. I'd like to know how much damage they got, but they don't say it on their thing. Because, like, this was fun in a group scenario. I don't know if it would be fun running around in, like, open... Like, let's say you're playing through the story and you're alone. I don't know if this would be fun or not. They had 46k listed. For pure power or for power plus alacrity? Mug, have you tried Paragon? No. Looking at the time, I think we're going to try all the remaining classes during the 12-hour stream tomorrow, probably. Or probably most of them. So Paragon would be tomorrow during the 12-hour. So there's Power Troubadour, Power Alack Troubadour, and Heal Alack Troubadour. And we did Heal Alack. Mucky didn't weapon swap at all? I didn't need to. So you use Rifle... I would say with this build, you use Rifle 99% of the time, and so anything could be in your other weapon set for when you need it. You could have a shield there if you need a block, you could have a focus there if you need a pull, whatever. But your second weapon set is completely optional. It takes the worst part of Warrior Staff and makes it so much barrier. What is the worst part of Warrior Staff? I liked Warrior Staff. I often said Warrior Staff was the best part. The downside was Warrior. Oh, it was Warrior. Oh, okay. You are referencing my joke. Okay, got it. Anyway, yeah. Kind of curious how this would feel doing it as just a damage thing, but playing it as a support was definitely fun. Monk at the end of tomorrow. Oh no, we're out of time. Can't play Antiquary bot. Yeah, I can't. Yep. Oh my gosh. Dude, why is he so close to the camera? Like, dude, back up. Jeez. Like, it is in my face. Okay. Alright. Troubamuck. He's sniffing you? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Is beta good now? I have not had... You know what? Let's poll the audience. Chat, have any of you had a crash since they turned the beta back on? Let's ask the masses. Let's see what folks say. No, 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 no. Yes to. No, 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 no. Yes. Okay. So everybody who are good boys and girls have not had crashes. I have not had any since they turned the beta back on. At the very least, I can say it's a hell of a lot better than it was when it was crashing constantly. Didn't they say they would turn it off after an hour? They did. So, Mogains, if you missed it, they turned it on for an hour. Lots of crashes. They seemed to, they went, aha! And they figured out whatever was causing it. They made a patch. Then they turned it back on and they said, we're leaving it up for a week. This is the start of the week. It will be up until August 29th if there's no more issues. That's the plan right now. Okay. Let's see. I think we still got music turned off. Yeah. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. That kind of makes sense. As I turn back on monitoring software, see what went wrong. Yeah, like, I would get, from a technical standpoint, I don't know game development, but I know troubleshooting. I'm guessing that they did everything they could in-house to try to figure out the cause of it, and their attempts failed. And so after they could not figure out what was causing the problem in-house, they were like, we have to put it back on the servers with some monitoring software or something to pin down what's causing this. Because otherwise they would not do that. And then they put it back on the servers, and we started crashing, and I guess they had an aha moment, because it was soon after that they found it and fixed it. Thanks for the update, you're the bug goat. Sure, you're welcome. Alright, now chat, now we just vibing for a little bit. Gonna get all that free money on the ground for all these giveaways we're doing. We got a bunch of fat giveaways tomorrow. For those who don't know, we were trying to organize a bit of a schedule for it. We have got 3 copies of Visions of Eternity, 1 copy of the Elder Dragon Saga, a pile of gem codes, a copy of Soto, a legendary weapon, plus a bunch of other in-game items and infusions, 3 more copies of Visions of Eternity, a copy of Janthier Wilds, a bunch of gem codes, another legendary weapon, and a bunch more infusions and other items to give away tomorrow during the 12-hour stream. So all of that is tomorrow during the birthday blast. So if any of you are just chilling at home and you're just hanging out and you want to tune in, you might win a whole bunch of stuff. What if I win VOE but I already pre-ordered it? Then I would say, hey, why did you enter into the VOE giveaway? And I would glare at you. That's what would happen. Did you go back and try the Gale Shot Bird Pet? No, I have not tried that yet. We can wrap back around to that when time allows. When can we order plush chips? Plush chips. The next plushie, which is... The prototype is literally in the mail on the way to me, is our channel mascot, and I hope some of you like it. This is him. He's very smug. I need to think up a witty commercial to make with Noxxi. His potion bottle is Velcro, and it sticks to his hand, or his hand is Velcro, so the potion bottle can stick to his hand or be removed, and you can move it around. But this little dude is going to be the next thing that we are promoting, and hopefully people like it. As long as there are at least 200 people interested in it, it will get mass-produced and it will get shipped. If there's less than 200 people that pre-order it, they would get refunded. But because the company Makeship that makes it, it's, you know, it only really works for them if there's at least 200. Do I need to enter a form or give hints or just show up? For the giveaways, just be there, and when I say everyone who wants to enter type bleh in chat, then you type bleh in chat. He's so ugly, I love it. The smugness is overwhelming. If you've ever seen that one meme with Freerun from the anime, we kind of traced her expression to do the smug. But I'm very happy with the product, and the prototype is on its way to my house. It's being shipped right now. And then after that, I need to make a commercial of some kind with Noxxi, and then we pick a day for the shop and the commercial to both go live. Make sure I have your yours to account name handy while you watch. Yes. Yep. I never get kicked, but an hour or so, I had a weird issue where I could not into the map Mount Maelstrom. That's weird. That is weird. Someone said earlier Evoker spirits were counting as players overloading the servers. I don't know if it's that, but that is kind of funny. Like, there was a thing where World v World was haunted. Like, after the beta was shut down the first time, World v World still had ritualist spirits all over the place, and there was one keep that couldn't be captured because there was a water otter in it. So they had to restart World v World, and there's a whole bunch of jokes of people posting. Like, you know, some guy walks in and picks up a gun, and he's like, World v World's haunted, and he walks back out. He's like, we gotta shut it down. So after they restarted it, that fixed a lot of those issues. What time is the giveaway? The giveaways, I'm aiming to do them like every 2 hours tomorrow for the whole day. Getting that free stuff. That's what I was saying. Have it handy if you can't remember it. Oh, yeah. Whenever I do a giveaway, if I pick a winner, I need to know who to mail the prize to, right? So your mail, like this right here, if I have this, I can mail to you no matter what character you're on. And so it's good to have whatever that is for you, like, written down on a sheet of paper if you don't have it memorized. Where can I find that stream schedule? I will be live tomorrow from 12 noon to 12 midnight Eastern Standard Time. Which is GMT minus 4, I think. EST is GMT minus what? Minus 4. Yeah. Any word on the sponsored stream? Yeah, there's a 95% chance I have a sponsored stream on Monday night. If that happens, then just like always with my sponsored streams, I would take some of the money I earn and do a big giveaway afterward to thank viewers for being there. So there's a high chance that Monday night I'll be giving out $100 worth of gift cards, which is something we've done on this channel for years. Anytime there's a sponsored stream, if you're new here, we do that afterward. It's called a bribe. Why do our beta characters randomly have 360 gold on them? The beta characters should be a copy of your account. So I would assume that they would have the same amount of gold that you do, but I did not look at that. Hey, Mike, I just installed Blish. What modules do you recommend? Apart from Regions of Tyria. Mounts and More lets you have all your mounts on a single button. So, like, I hold X, move, release. And hold X, move, release. So I have one button for all mounts instead of having 9 buttons for all mounts. I literally couldn't live without that anymore. Another one is the event table one that lets you see the event table. This just saves me from having to open up the wiki and check the event table on another monitor. So that one's really good. If you ever are making legendaries, Mystic Crafting is a lifesaver. It can scan your account and tell you exactly what you're needing to, like, if I say I want to make Klob Jarny, it scans your account and tells you exactly what you're missing to make it. Makes it really easy. How did you set event table like that? Like what? I've had it set like this so long, I thought that was the default settings. I'm guessing Legendary Crafting one would use the API. That is correct, yes. It has to be able to see your account, like, not change anything, but it has to be able to view what you have to tell you what you don't have. You want to be a troll, take a beta character with an infusion copy to one of the events they drop at and act like you're all excited for getting it as a drop. Oh my god. Let's see. Gobbler. Large bag of obsidian today. Ooh. Let's see, 6 of those. Those. Okay. Now I'm curious about the gold thing. Hold on, I'm gonna log on to... Okay, I still got a beta ritualist. Let me log on to this one for a sec. Mark, do you know drop research facilities? No. I can picture what it is, but I don't know for sure. I forget the name, but there was a Blish mod to see the inventory across all tunes. The bag search one, perhaps? Oh, it's not. That one's not connected to my API right now. There's one that's like bag search or something. Okay, yeah, so I have, my beta character shows that it has the same gold that my other characters have, which of course it doesn't, but yeah, so that's why your beta character has that. Item search, thank you. Item search. I think Muk should try Luminary Healer. I aim to try all of the builds I can before, like with whatever time I have before the beta runs out. Like, I'm going to be doing Guild Wars 2 all day tomorrow, and Guild Wars 2 for my Sunday night stream, and then Monday probably going back to normal schedule, because a week straight of Guild Wars 2 is a lot. But, yeah, we'll get as many done as we can, for sure. And then, let's see, are you going to do DPS builds too? I've already done some. I did Gale Shot, I did Power Writ, I did Amalgam. I just didn't feel like doing it for the Bard, but I've done some already. Does spending the gold in your beta character affect your main account? No. It's, your beta character is in its own little pocket dimension. Nothing that happens to it is going to matter in relation to your main account. Anything it earns will not count. Anything it spends will not count. Are you thinking of any LI builds so far? I mean, maybe the Fire Fox Elementalist that's one element. I mean, that might be LI. Are you liking Amalgam? It's not LI. Well, it might be LI as an easy to learn, but not an APM. I think it's pretty high APM. Are you liking Amalgam? I mean, Amalgam was busted. I put a bunch of things on the bar, and I just rolled my head over the keyboard, and I did 60k damage. So it was kind of funny, like we were laughing, but it is busted overpowered. So once they nerf the damage into the frigging ground, I think it might be closer to the rest of us mere mortals, and then it'll just be like a fun build, because it is kind of a fun build, but the damage is absurd. I'm almost certainly not playing this fast enough, but I'm getting 25k DPS on Spear Fresh Air Ellie. Way too much button mash. Yeah. Hey, Mugga Chat. What's up, Velmore? Evoker benching 5k more than Amalgam. Oh, yeah? Hey, guys. Hi, Barry. What's Mug's favorite breakfast cereal? I don't really have a favorite. I like lots. Depending on what I haven't had recently, I like Lucky Charms. I like Fruit Loops. I like Fruity Pebbles. I like Smacks. I like Frosted Mini Wheats. I like Raisin Bran sometimes. Cocoa Puffs. Tricks. I like a lot of cereals. I'd say anytime I have the energy to and I'm not feeling lazy, I'd rather have a hot breakfast, you know? Eggs, bacon, stuff like that. But if we're talking specifically cereals, I'll eat a lot of them. I like turtles. You like turtles? I like trains. Have you tried any Filipino cuisine, Muck? I don't think so. I don't think I have. I certainly don't have any restaurants near me that serves that. Do we anticipate Ectos going back to cheap AF when the festival finishes? I have no clue. If I wanted to really find the answer to that question, I would go look at that website that tracks the history of an item's prices and look at the festival last year and see what happened after that one. That's how I would obtain the answer to that question, but I don't know off the top of my head. If you can, get lumpia, adobo, and sinigang. Okay. I had a turtle taxi today for the weekly JP, and it was pretty cool. Those three foods are the bomb. Oldest Wolf, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Hey, I tried Gale Shot. I noticed that the 5 does not have the range upgrade from high ground when 1 and 2 does. Do you think it's a bug? It might be. It's a beta. You might have found a bug. I didn't see that. Let's see. Any way we can make some quick gold before the festival ends? The way there's no YouTube guide for the legendary shield, the Chosen. Is that Gen 2? No. Oh, that's the precursor to Flameseeker Prophecies. That's a Gen 1 shield. I have a guide for Gen 1 stuff. Yeah, this is a precursor. You can just buy this off the trading post for 50 gold. You messing with me? I was like, what? I was looking up the wrong name. Yep, that's it. In 13 years, no one's ever made this shield. Spend 50 gold. Done. Yep. Well, do you have an updated video for alt parking? It's still the same video. I'm still parking my alts in the same places. They're still wonderful places. I think that's all of them. What kind of special treats is Muck going to eat for the birthday? Yeah, as you all know, I'm easy to please, but one of my favorite, like, drive-through things is Panda Express. But it's, like, a half-hour away. My wife's going to go get me some Panda Express for lunch tomorrow. And then the next day, I've told you guys this before, but for those who don't know, my mom, and my dad's birthdays are all in the same week. So my parents are separated now. I am going to have lunch with my mom on Sunday for mine and hers birthday. And then I'm going to have dinner with my dad on Sunday for mine and his birthday. So I am going to be very fat on Sunday. I'm hoping they just both don't want the same thing, because it's going to be kind of awkward. Oh, can we have something different? I went with your ex earlier, and we had that. Like, I really hoping I don't have that talk. But, yeah. Mike, you'll be 83 this year? Yep. I'll stop my local Panda tomorrow in honor of your birthday. Thank you. I recommend the orange chicken and the fried rice. That's the Muck favorite. Okay. There we go. Will your wife get the hot orange chicken again? I think she learned from last time. What IEM are you using? What is IEM? What is that? But yeah, the parking guide for alts is exclamation daily. It's literally the same thing. And then I've got a couple more that are just thrown around in Soto, but they're not really earning me much. Inner ear monitor. Oh, if you do exclamation PC, it has all my hardware, including these things. They're all there. Muck, how's your Australian birthday been? It's had a lot of Guild Wars 2. It has a lot of Guild Wars 2. Yeah, we just got a few minutes left, and then we're gonna wrap it up. I guess it'll be my birthday in 10 minutes. That's wild. In a few more minutes, and then we're gonna wrap it up, and then I'm gonna do some final preparation for the big stream tomorrow. I guess I should plug it one more time. For those who don't know, tomorrow is my birthday, and it's an excuse to celebrate and stream the whole day and do giveaways every 2 hours. During that time, we have got 6 copies of Visions of Eternity, 1 copy of Janthier Wilds, 1 copy of Secrets of the Obscure, 1 copy of the Elder Dragon Saga Collection, a pile of gem codes, 2 legendary weapons, and a pile of infusions to give away. So you can see quite a few of the really expensive things down here, and we're giving all this stuff away. And yeah, that's it. So if you're hanging out at home tomorrow and you're not doing anything and you want to tune in, you might win some free stuff and just hang out with us while we party. In between the giveaways, going to be trying out more of the beta classes and just trying to form an opinion of them and see what we think. Has Mug tried Thief? I haven't yet. I have not yet. But we're going to go through all of that. So that is the plan for Saturday. And I guess additional plugs, because we just have a few minutes left. Coming soon, for those interested, we have an adorable Mukluk minion plushie designed after my my channel icon, my mascot. This is going to be available in the next couple of weeks. We need to get together a commercial for it, and then we'll have it in a store for anyone who's interested in that. And August 29th, which is a week from now, I will be at the Guild Wars 2 get-together in Seattle. So if you happen to be at the Guild Wars 2 community meet and greet in Seattle, I will be there for the first time and possibly the only time, because it's a really mucking expensive trip, so I don't know if I'll ever do this again. But if you are there, I can shake your hands, high five you, all the good stuff. And I'm also going to be at PAX West, which is my first convention ever, August 30th, which is Saturday. Oh, it's a week from tomorrow. So August 30th, I'm going to be at PAX West, which is right across the street from the Guild Wars 2 con. I've never been to a con before, so I'm going to be there wide-eyed looking around. If you see me, happy to say hi. Where's the chip plushie? Hasn't been made yet. Marcus procrastinating? I'm procrastinating on Thief, yes, that is true. Didn't stream long enough for the Ritualist drop. I will raid someone else in a couple minutes. You can still get drops. Yours like mine and my dad's are consecutive, 9-8 and 10-8. My mom's is August 21st, I'm August 23rd, my dad is August 25th. On Troubadour, you kept saying, but is it better than Chrono? Why has it got to be better? Just as good with a different flavor should be the goal, yeah. Also, happy birthday. You're correct. I agree with that statement. I think what I meant to say was, is there any reason to take this over Chrono? I think that's what I was getting at, and I may have phrased it poorly. Because what you don't want, let's say Chrono was barred, but better with more. That's what you don't want, right? So if it's just like, if it's Chrono, but it doesn't have this, but it does have that, that's great. That's fine. I was just saying, like, what, you know, is it bad that it's, you know, just doesn't have that at all? By the way, Mike, I saw the restarting drops again next week. Again, more Ritualist Alphas. Huh? I haven't heard that. Where did you see that? What's the source? Tell me your source. What the hell they are? What? Okay, hang on a sec. This is a list of all the drops happening on Twitch soon. This is the current one. Goes until August 24th evening. And then... Oh, shoot. Hang on a second. I messed up. Guild Wars. Okay, go to the next one. Elite Specs Beta 2. Starts Monday, August 25th, and goes to the 30th. Yeah, okay, so maybe it's because they're trying to keep it lined up with the messed up beta? Because they didn't say anything about this. More drops? Well, it's the same drops. Like, anyone who already got this stuff doesn't care about this stuff. I assume that they were trying to have it lined up with the beta, and then it all kind of got screwed up. Are you streaming Guild Wars 2 to the 30th? No, I can't. I can't. Like, if I was just, like, greedy about money, I would. But I really don't want to hit burnout again. So I'm gonna do Guild Wars 2 until the end of Sunday night, and I'll just pass it. Like, Tuesday, you know, I always stream Guild Wars 2 on Tuesday, so I'll be live Tuesday with drops, but the other days, no. Plus, on the 29th and 30th, I'm gonna be across the country. So I couldn't do it those days anyway. Why couldn't the drops be another equipment template 3 times in a row? Or how about a bag slot? Everybody loves bag slots. But yeah, that is pretty wild that they're doing that. I mean, it's good for the category on Twitch. Surprising, but it is good for the category for sure. Muck, it's a direct flight to Seattle? Yeah. Yeah, it's just one jump. So it's really early, so we are going to be probably trying to sleep on the plane. Can't wait for the mid-trip stream if it happens. Feel strange seeing a different setup. Oh yeah, you're gonna see me with poor lighting and just my nose pressed up against the glass. Y'all see me? Yeah, it's from Atlanta to Seattle. It's just one jump. I started playing after 6-month hiatus. If you stream for work, you probably gotta space it out. Yeah. How's the progress on the plush, and when do you guess it'll finally release? Prolamore, the current plush being worked on is this guy. I approved the final prototype. This is it. This is the final version. The prototype is done. It is being shipped to my house right now, and then I got to make a little commercial for it for YouTube with Noxxi's help, and then we will put probably a couple of weeks. It'll be available for purchase, and then just like the last plushie, they will gather all the orders for a few weeks, then make them all at once, then ship them out. So yeah, you wouldn't get it right away. There'd be a couple of weeks pause. But yeah, we're done making it. the next step is advertising and then production. And then the next plushie I want to do is start on more Guild Wars 2 stuff, but I'm waiting on permission, and I've been waiting on permission for 2 months. They said that they were okay giving me permission to do more, and they had to draft a very special contract, and I've been waiting on that for 2 months. Did someone say Jenna feet plush? No. No. Imagine if I made a Jenna chibi plush and it comes with a accessory of like Logan's nose. They would never let me do that. I'd be like, so here's the promo, and they're like, no. No. Oh my god, get out. Just rip my contract in half. Like, no, this would be funny. Hey, Mike, hi chat. How was the Elite Spec beta? This is good. Tried Evoker. I didn't care for it. Tried Troubadour. It was pretty fun. Char plushie. Near the top of the list of ones I want to do, Danger Dude, is a chibi Tybalt with an apple. Maybe his rifle on his back. Those are on my list. But waiting on permission. That's near the top of it. If you end up making Baby Aurene, I'm going to need multiple. The wife wants them on each monitor, plus couches, who knows what else. Dude, so many people get into that. Dude, here's the thing. This is what I've been trying to convince ArenaNet on, right? Like, some of their characters that they're really not... Like, dude, they don't need me. If they spent time and focused on, like, working with one of these companies, they don't need me. But I'm basically saying, if you give me permission, I will do all the work, and then you can just take a huge cut of it because it's your character. So I'm trying to make it painless for them so that they will let me do it, right? And the Tybalt was the second thing I asked permission for. This was the first. I was like, if you let me design this and get this set up with Makeship, and then I give it to you guys and you advertise it. Like, if you guys just
Happy day,
retweet...
Mukluk hype.
Like, oh, thank you guys. I was like, if you let me make this and you guys just hit the retweet button, you will sell so many of these and you'll make a lot of money and you won't have to do any work. Like, just give me permission and then you get half or whatever the percentage is, and I'll do all of it. You will sell so many. But waiting on them. Waiting on them. I got so many ideas for it. Happy birthday. Thank you guys, it's my birthday. I'm 84 now. I'm so old. Yes. Yes, thank you. All right, well, chat, with that, I do need to not stay up too late because tomorrow is going to be exhausting. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. I hope you guys had fun. I really enjoyed trying out Troubadour, and I got to try Evoker. It's funny, I wasn't looking forward to Troubadour that much. Loved it. Was looking forward to Evoker. Wasn't really into it. And here we are. And we've got a few more. Still haven't done Paragon, Conduit, Luminary, Antiquary. Is that it? That might be all the remaining ones. I think that might be all the remaining ones, and then we could circle back and try weird things like Gale Shot, throw birds at people in PvP. So, yeah, as always, hope you guys enjoyed it. Hit the follow button on Twitch. Subscribe to the YouTubes. There's 2 YouTube channels. I'm linking both of them in the chat. Sub to those. And a special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I couldn't do this without them. And there is a link in the chat if you'd like to be a supporter and play weird noises during my streams. You guys have a great evening. Huge birthday bash and tons of giveaways tomorrow. Usually, I would just end my stream here and play the outro because it's after midnight. But because of the drops, I will raid somebody so that the people who are AFK still get their ritualist outfits. Let me see really quickly who is
Happy
live.
birthday, old man.
Thank you. Thank you for the primes as well and the subs. How long is the beta going to last? 7 days from now. It's going until the 29th, I believe, because they restarted the whole thing. Let's see. Who is live and has drops? Project Dyad is live and has drops. I think they're a pretty cool group, and let's give them what is possibly the biggest raid of their lives, chat. I'm gonna raid these folks. I think they're pretty good. If you like them, hit the follow button. It means the world to small streamers. If you don't, quietly exit. Don't be mean. Get your Mukluk raid emotes ready. I'll see you guys over there. Y'all have a fantastic evening. I'll be back for the huge party tomorrow. See ya.